Yah Shalom family. These are the wills and the testaments of our patriarchs. These are the laws that they told their children that they must adhere to and follow all the days of their lives, and commended them to obey them and teach them to their children and their children after them. I invite you this morning to come with me on this journey as I read to you the testament of the patriarchs, beginning with the testament of Reuben without commentary. The testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Reuben, the firstborn, son of Jacob, son of Leah. The copy of the testament of Reuben, even the commands which he gave his sons before he died, in the 125th year of his life, 2 years after the death of Joseph his brother. When Reuben fell ill, his sons and his sons' sons were gathered together to visit him. And he said to them, "My children, behold, I'm dying, and go the way of my fathers. And seeing there Judah and Gad and Asher and his brethren, he said to them, Raise me up, that I may tell to my brethren and to my children what things I have hidden in my heart. For behold now, at length, I am passing away." And he arose and kissed them, and said unto them, "Hear, my brethren, and do you, my children, give ear to Reuben your father, in the commands which I give you. And behold, I call to witness against you this day the God of heaven, that you walk not in the ignorance of youth and fornication, wherein I was poured out and defiled the bed of my father Jacob. And I tell you that he smote me with a sore plague in my loins for 7 months. And had not my father Jacob prayed for me to the Lord would have destroyed me. For I was 30 years old when I wrought the evil thing before the Lord. And for 7 months I was sick unto death. And after this I repented with set purpose of my soul for 7 years before the Lord. And wine and strong drink I drank not, and flesh entered not into my mouth, and I eat no pleasant food, but I mourned over my sin, for it was great, such as had not been in Issachar. And now hear me, my children, what things I saw concerning the 7 spirits of deceit when I repented. 7 spirits, therefore, are appointed against men, and they are the leaders in the works of youth. And 7 other spirits are given to him at his creation, that through them should be done every work of men. The first is the spirit of life, with which the constitution of men is created. The second is the sense of sight, with which arises desire. The third is the sense of hearing, with which comes teaching. The fourth is the sense of smell, with which tastes are given to draw air and breath. The fifth is the power of speech, with which comes knowledge. The sixth is the sense of taste, with which comes the eating of meats and drinks. And by it, strength is produced. For in food is the foundation of strength. The seventh is the power of procreation and sexual intercourse, with which, through love of pleasure, sins enter in. Wherefore it is the last in order of creation, and the first in that of youth, because it is filled with ignorance, and leads the youth as a blind man to a pit, and as a beast to a precipice. Besides all these, there is a spirit, an eighth spirit of sleep, with which is brought about the trends of nature and the image of death. With these spirits are mingled the spirits of error. First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses. The second, the spirit of insatiableness in the belly. The third, the spirit of fighting in the liver and the gall. The fourth is the spirit of obsequiousness and chicanery, that through officious attention one may be fair in seeming. The fifth is the spirit of pride, that one may be boastful and arrogant. The sixth is the spirit of lying, in perdition and in jealousy, to practice deceits and concealments from kindred and friends. The seventh is the spirit of injustice, with which are thefts and acts of rapacity, that a man may fulfill the desire of his heart. For injustice works together with the other spirits by the taking of gifts. And with all these spirits, the spirit of sleep is joined, which is that of error and fantasy. And so perishes every young man, darkening his mind from the truth, and not understanding the law of God, nor obeying the admonitions of his fathers, as befell me also in my youth. Now, my children, love the truth, and it will preserve you. Hear you the words of Reuben your father. Pay no heed to the face of a woman. Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs, but walk in singleness of heart, in the reverence of the Lord, and expend labor on good works and on study and on your flocks, until the Lord give you a wife, whom he will, that you suffer not as I did. For until my father's death, I had not boldness to look in his face, or to speak to any of my brethren, because of the reproach. Even until now, my conscience causes me to anguish on account of my impiety. And yet, my father comforted me much and prayed for me until the Lord, that the anger of the Lord might pass from me, even as the Lord showed. And thenceforth until now I have been on my guard and sinned not. Therefore, my children, I say unto you, observe all things whatsoever I command you, and you shall not sin. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from God and bringing it near to idols, because it deceives the mind, it deceives the understanding, and leads down young men into Hades before their time. For many has fornication destroyed, because though a man be old or noble, or rich or poor, he brings reproach upon himself with the sons of men, and derision with Beliar. For hear you regarding Joseph, how he guarded himself from a woman, and purged his thoughts from all fornication, and found favor in the sight of God and men. For the Egyptian woman did many things unto him, and summoned magicians, and offered him love potions. But the purpose of his soul admitted no evil desire. Therefore, the God of your fathers delivered him from every evil and hidden death. For if fornication overcomes not your mind, neither can Beliar overcome you. For evil are women, my children, and since they have no power or strength over men, they use wiles by outward attractions, that they may draw him to themselves. In whom they cannot bewitch by outward attractions, him they overcome by craft. For moreover, concerning them, the angel of the Lord told me and taught me that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men, and in their heart they plot against men, and by means of their adornment they deceive first their minds, and by the glance of the eye instill the poison, and then through the accomplished act they take them captive. For a woman cannot force a man openly, but by a harlot's bearing she beguiles him. Flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind. Because every woman who uses these wiles has been reserved for eternal punishment. For thus they allured the watchers who were before the flood. For as these continually beheld them, they lusted after them, and they conceived the act in their mind. For they changed themselves into the shape of men, and appeared to them when they were with their husbands. And the women, lusting in their minds after their forms, gave birth to giants. For the watchers appeared to them as reaching even unto heaven. Beware therefore of fornication. And if you wish to be pure in mind, guard your senses from every woman, and command the women likewise not to associate with men, that they also may be pure in mind. For constant meetings, even though the ungodly deed be not wrought, are to them an irremediable disease, and to us a destruction of Beliar and an eternal reproach. For in fornication there is neither understanding nor godliness, and all jealousy dwells in the lust thereof. Therefore, then I say unto you, you will be jealous against the sons of Levi, and will seek to be exalted over them, but you shall not be able. For God will avenge them, and you shall die by an evil death. For to Levi God gave the sovereignty, and to Judah with him, and to me also, and to Dan, and to Joseph, that we should be for rulers. Therefore I command you to hearken to Levi, because he shall know the law of the Lord, and shall give ordinances for judgment, and shall sacrifice for all Yahshua until the consummation of the times, as the anointed high priest of whom the Lord spake. I adjure you by the God of heaven to do truth, each one unto his neighbor, and to entertain love, each for his brother. And draw you near to Levi in humbleness of heart, that you may receive a blessing from his mouth. For he shall bless Yasharal and Judah, because him has the Lord chosen to be king over all the nation, and bow down before his seed. For on our behalf it will die in wars visible and invisible, and will be among you an eternal king. And Reuben died, having given these commands to his sons, and they placed him in a coffin until they carried him up from Egypt. and buried him in Hebron, in the cave where his father was. Yah Shalom. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Simeon, the second son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Simeon, the things which he spake to his sons before he died. In the 120th year of his life, at which time Joseph, his brother, died. For when Simeon was sick, his sons came to visit him, and he strengthened himself and sat up and kissed him and said, "Hearken, my children, to Simeon your father, and I will declare unto you what things I have in my heart. I was born of Jacob as my father's second son, and my mother Leah called me Simeon, because Yahuwah had heard her prayer. Moreover, I became strong exceedingly. I shrank from no achievement, nor was I afraid of aught, for my heart was hard, and my liver was immovable, and my bowels without compassion. Because valor also has been given from the Most High to men in soul and body. For in the time of my youth I was jealous in many things of Joseph, because my father loved him beyond all. And I set my mind against him to destroy him, because the prince of deceit sent forth the spirit of jealousy and blinded me, so that I regarded him not as a brother, nor did I spare even Jacob my father. But his power and the power of his fathers sent forth his angel and delivered him out of my hands. For when I went to Shechem to bring ointment for the flocks, and Reuben to Dothan, where our necessaries and all our stores, Yahweh, my brother, sold him to the Ishmaelites. And when Reuben heard these things, he was grieved, for he wished to restore him to his father. But on hearing this, I was exceedingly wroth against Jehoiada, in that he let him go away alive. And for 5 months I continued my wrathful against Jehoiada. But Yahuwah restrained me and withheld from me the power of my hands. For my right hand was half withered for 7 days. And I knew, my children, that because of yourself this had befallen me. And I repented and wept, and I besought Yahuwah that my hand might be restored, and that I might hold aloof from all pollution, all envy, and from all folly. For I knew that I had devised an evil thing before Yahuwah and Jacob my father, on account of Joseph my brother, in that I envied him. And now, my children, hearken unto me, and beware of the spirit of deceit and the spirit of envy. For envy rules over the whole mind of men, and suffers him neither to eat nor to drink, nor to do anything good. But it ever suggests to him to destroy him that he envies. And as long as he that is envied flourishes, he that envies fades away. 2 years, therefore, I afflicted my soul with fasting in the reverence of Yahuwah. And I learned that deliverance from envy comes by the reverence of Yahweh. For if a man flee from Yahweh, the evil spirit runs away from him, and his mind is lightened. And henceforward he sympathized with him whom he envied, and agrees with those who love him, and so ceases from his envy. And my father asked concerning me, because he saw that I was sad. And I said unto him, I am pained in my liver, for I mourned more than they all, because I was guilty of the selling of Joseph. And when he went down into Egypt, and he bound me as a spy, I knew that I was suffering justly, and I grieved not. Now, Joseph was a good man. He had the spirit of Yahuwah within him, being compassionate and pitiful. He bore no malice against me. But loved me, even as the rest of his brethren. Beware, therefore, my children, of all jealousy. Beware of all envy, and walk in singleness of heart. And with good heart, keeping in mind Joseph, your father's brother, that power may give you also grace and glory and blessing upon your heads, even as you saw in Joseph's case. All his days he reproached us not concerning this thing, but he loved us as his own soul, and beyond his own sons glorified us, gave us riches, cattle, and fruits. Do you also, my children, love each one of his brother with a good heart, and the spirit of envy will withdraw from you. For this makes savage the soul and destroys the body. Envy causes anger. Envy causes war in the mind. Envy stirs up unto deeds of blood. Envy leads the mind into frenzy and suffers not prudence to act in men. Moreover, envy takes away sleep. Envy causes tumult to the soul. Envy causes trembling to the body. For even in sleep some malicious jealousy, deluding him, knoweth, and with wicked spirit disturbs his soul, and causes the body to be troubled, and wakes the mind from sleep in confusion, and as a wicked and poisonous spirit, so appears it to men. Therefore was Joseph comely in appearance, and goodly to look upon, because no wickedness dwelt in him. For some of the trouble of the spirit, the face manifests. And now, my children, make your hearts good before Yahweh. Make your way straight before men, and you shall find grace before Yahweh and before men. Beware, therefore, of fornication. For fornication is mother of all evils, separating from Yahweh and bringing near to Beliar. For I have seen it inscribed in the writing of Grand Elder Yanak, that your sons shall be corrupted in fornication, and shall do harm to the sons of Loya, Levi, with the sword. But they shall not be able to withstand Loya, for he shall wage the war of Yahweh, and shall conquer all your hosts, and they shall be few in number, divided in Loya and Yahweh. And there shall be none of you for sovereignty, even as also our father prophesied in his blessings. Behold, I have told you all things, that I may be acquitted of your sin. Now, if you remove from you your envy and all stiff-neckedness, as a rose shall my bones flourish in Issachar, and as a lily shall my flesh flourish in Jacob, and my odor shall be as the odor of Libanus, and as cedars shall holy ones be multiplied from me forever, and their branches shall stretch afar off. Then shall perish the seed of Canaan, and a remnant shall not be unto Amalek. And all the Cappadocians shall perish, and all the Hittites shall be utterly destroyed. Then shall fail the land of Ham, and all the people shall perish. Then shall all the earth rest from trouble, and all the world rest under heaven from war. The mighty one of Yasharal shall glorify Shem, for the Most High power shall appear on earth and save the sons of men. Then shall all the spirits of deceit be given to be trodden underfoot, and men shall rule over wicked spirits. Then shall I arise in joy, and will bless the Most High because of his marvelous works. Because Yahweh has taken a body and eaten with men, and saved men. And now, my children, obey Loya. Obey Yahweh, and be not lifted up against these two tribes. For from them shall arise unto you the salvation of Yahweh. For Yahweh shall raise up from Levi, as it were, a high priest, and from Yahweh, as it were, a king, God and men. He shall save all the Gentiles and the race of Issachar. Therefore, I give you these commands, that you also may command your children, that they may observe them throughout their generations. And when Simeon had made an end of commending his sons, he slept with his fathers, being 120 years old. And they laid him in a wooden coffin to take up his bones to Hebron. And they took them up secretly during a war of the Egyptians. For the bones of Joseph the Egyptian guarded in the tombs of the kings. For the sorcerers told them that on the departure of the bones of Joseph, there should be throughout all the land darkness and gloom, and an exceeding great plague to the Egyptians, so that even with a lamp a man should not recognize his brother. And the sons of Simeon bewailed their father, and they were in Egypt until the day of their departure by the hands of Moshe. Yah Shalom. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Levi, the third son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Levi, the things which he ordained unto his sons, according to all that they should do, and what things should befall them until the day of judgment. He was sound in health when he called them to him, for it had been revealed to him that he should die. And when they were gathered together, he said to them, I, Levi, was born in Haran, and I came with my father Shechem, and I was young, about 20 years of age, when with Simeon I I wrote vengeance on Hammer for our sister Dinah. And when I was feeding the flocks in Abel Maul, the spirit of overstanding of the Lord came upon me, and I saw all men corrupt in their way, and that unrighteousness had built for itself walls, and lawlessness sat upon towers. And I was grieving for the race of the sons of men, and I prayed to the Lord that I might be saved. Then there fell upon me a sleep, and I beheld a high mountain, and I was upon it. And behold, the heavens were opened, and an angel of God said to me, Levi, enter. And I entered from the first heaven. And I saw there a great hanging. And further I saw a second heaven, far brighter and more brilliant. For there was a boundless height also therein. And I said unto the angel, why is this so? And the angel said unto me, marvel not at these, for you shall see for other heavens, more brilliant and incomparable. And when you have ascended thither, because you shall stand near the Lord, and shall be his minister, and shall declare his mysteries to men, and shall proclaim concerning him that shall redeem Issachar. And by you and by Judah shall the Lord appear among men, saving every race of men. And from the Lord's portion shall be thy life, and he shall be thy field and thy vineyard, and thy fruits, and thy gold, and thy silver. Hear therefore regarding the heavens, which have been shown to you. The lowest is for this cause, gloomy unto you, in that it beholds all the unrighteous deeds of men. And it has fire, it has snow, and ice, made ready for the day of judgment, in the righteous judgment of God. For in it are all the spirits of the retributions, for vengeance on men. And in the second heaven are the hosts of the armies, which are ordained for the day of judgment, to work vengeance on the spirits of deceit and beliar. And above them are the holy ones. And in the highest of all dwelleth the glory, far above holiness. And in the heaven next to it are the angels of the presence of the Lord, who minister and make propitiation to the Lord for all the sins of ignorance of the righteous. And they offer to the Lord a sweet smelling savor, a reasonable and bloodless offering. And in the heavens below are the angels who bear the answers to the angels of the presence of the Lord. And in the heaven next to these are thrones and dominions, in which always they offer praise to God. When therefore the Lord looks upon us, all of us are shaken. Yes, the heavens and the earth and the abysses are shaken at the presence of his majesty. But the sons of men, having no perception of these things, sin and provoke the Most High. Now, therefore, know that the Lord shall execute judgment upon the sons of men. Because when the rocks are being rent, and the sun quenched, and the waters dried up, and the fire covering, and all creation troubled, and the invisible spirits melting away, and Hades takes spoils through the visitations of the Most High, men will be unwilling, unbelieving, and persist in their iniquity. On this account, with punishment shall they be judged. Therefore, the Most High have heard thy prayer, to separate you from iniquity, and that you should become to him a son, and a servant, and a minister of his presence. The light of knowledge shall you light up in Jacob, and as the sun shall you be to all the seed of Issachar. And there shall be given to you a blessing, and to all thy seed, until the Lord shall visit all the Gentiles in his tender mercies forever. And therefore there have been given to you counsel and understanding, that you might instruct thy sons concerning this. Because they that bless him shall be blessed, and they that curse him shall perish. And thereupon the angel opened to me the gates of heaven, and I saw the holy temple, and upon a throne of glory the Most High. And he said to me, Levi, I have given you the blessings of the priesthood until I come and sojourn in the midst of Issachar. Then the angel brought me down to the earth and gave me a shield and a sword, and said to me, execute vengeance on Shechem because of Dinah thy sister, and I will be with you, because the Lord has sent me. And I destroyed at that time the sons of Immer, as it is written in the heavenly tablets. And I said to him, I pray thee, O Lord, tell me thy name, that I may call upon you in a day of tribulation. And he said to me, I am the angel who intercedes for the nation of Issachar, that they may not be smitten utterly, for every evil spirit attacks it. And after these things I awaked and blessed the Most High, and the angel who intercedes for the nation of Issachar, and for all the righteous. And when I was going to my father, I found a brazen shield, wherefore also the name of the mountain is Aspis, which is near Jebal, to the south of Abila. And I kept his words in my heart. And after this I counseled my father and Reuben my brother to bid the sons of Immer not to be circumcised, for I was jealous because of the abomination which I had wrought upon my sister. And I slew Shechem first, and Simeon slew Immer. And after this my brothers came and smote that city with the edge of the sword. And my father heard these things. and was wroth, and he was grieved in that they had received the circumcision, and after that had been put to death, and in his blessings he looked amiss upon us. For we sinned because we had done these things against his will, and he was sick on that day. But I saw that the sentence of God was for evil upon Shechem, for they sought to do to Sarah and Rebekah as they had done to Dinah our sister. But the Lord prevented them, and they persecuted Abraham our father when he was a stranger, and they vexed his flocks when they were big with young. And Eblin, who was born in his house, they most shamefully handled. And thus they did to all strangers, taking away their wives by force, and they banished them. But the wrath of the Lord came upon them to the uttermost. And I said to my father Jacob, by you will the Lord destroy the Canaanites, and I will give their land to you and to thy seed after you. For from this day forward shall Shechem be called a city of imbeciles. For as a man mocks a fool, so did we mock them. Because also they had wrought folly in Issachar by defiling my sister. And we departed and came to Bethel. And there again I saw a vision, even as the former. After we had spent there 70 days, and I saw 7 men in white raiment, saying unto me, Arise, put on the robe of the priesthood, put on the crown of righteousness, put on the breastplate of understanding, put on the garment of truth, put on the plate of faith, put on the turban of the head, put on the ephod of prophecy. And they severally carried these things and put them on me, and said unto me, From henceforth become a priest to the Lord, you and your seed forever. And the first anointed me with holy oil, and gave to me the staff of judgment. The second washed me with pure water, and fed me with bread and wine, even to the most holy things, and clad me with a holy and glorious robe. The third clothed me with a linen vestment, like an ephod. The fourth put round me a girdle, like unto purple. The fifth gave me a branch of rich olive. The sixth placed a crown on my head. The seventh placed on my head a diadem of priesthood, and filled my hands with incense, that I might serve as priest to the Lord God. And they said to me, Levi, thy seed shall be divided into 3 offices, for a sign of the glory of the Lord, who is to come. And the first portion shall be great, yes, greater than it shall none be. The second shall be in the priesthood, and the third shall be called by a new name, because a king shall arise in Judah, and shall establish a new priesthood, after the fashion of the Gentiles, to all the Gentiles in his presence, his beloved, as a prophet of the Most High, of the seed of Abraham our father. Therefore, every desirable thing in Yasharal shall be for you and for thy seed. And you shall eat everything fair to look upon. And the table of the Lord shall thy seed apportion. And some of them shall be high priests and judges and scribes. For by their mouth shall the holy place be guarded. And when I awoke, I understood that this dream was like the first dream. And I hid this also in my heart, and told it not to any man upon the earth. And after 2 days, I and Judah went up with our father Jacob to Isaac, our father's father. And my father's father blessed me according to all the words of the visions which I had seen. And he would not come with us to Bethel. And when we came to Bethel, my father Jacob saw a vision concerning me, that I should be their priest unto God. And he rose up early in the morning and paid tithes of all to the Lord through me. And so we came to Hebron to dwell there. And Isaac called me continually to put me in remembrance of the law of the Lord, even as the angel of the Lord showed unto me. And he taught me the law of the priesthood, of sacrifices, whole burnt offerings, first fruits, free will offerings, peace offerings. And each day he was instructing me and was busied on my behalf before the Lord, and said to me, beware of the spirit of fornication, for this shall continue, and shall by thy seed pollute the holy place. Take therefore to thyself a wife without blemish or pollution, while yet you are young, and not of the race of strange nations. And before entering into the holy place, bathe. And when you offer the sacrifice, wash. And again when you finish the sacrifice, wash. Of 12 trees having leaves, offer to the Lord, as Abraham taught me also. And of every clean beast and bird, offer a sacrifice to the Lord. And of all thy first fruits, and of wine, offer the first, as a sacrifice to the Lord God. And every sacrifice you shall salt with salt. Now, therefore, observe whatever I command you. Children, for whatsoever things I have heard from my fathers, I have declared unto you. And behold, I am clear from your ungodliness and transgression, which you shall commit in the end of the ages against the Savior of the world, Christ, acting godlessly, deceiving the Yahudims, and stirring up against them great evils from the Lord. And you shall deal lawlessly together with Yasharal, so he shall not bear with Yahushalim because of your wickedness. But the veil of the temple shall be rent, so as not to cover your shame. And you shall be scattered as captives among the Gentiles. And you shall be for a reproach and for a curse there. For the house which the Lord shall choose shall be called Jerusalem, as is contained in the book of Enoch the righteous. Therefore, when I took a wife, I was 28 years old, and her name was Melcha. And she conceived and bare a son, and I called his name Gershom, for we were sojourners in our land. And I saw concerning him that he would not be in the first rank. And Kohath was born in the 35th year of my life, towards sunrise. And I saw in a vision that he was standing on high in the midst of all the congregation. Therefore I call his name Kohath, which is beginning of majesty, beginning of instruction. And she bare me a third son, Merari, in the 40th year of my life. And since his mother bare him with difficulty, I called him Merari. That is my bitterness, because he was also like to die. And Jochebed was born in Egypt in my 64th year, for I was renowned then in the midst of my brethren. And Gershom took a wife, and she bare to him Lamni and Simei. And the sons of Kohath, Abram, Issachar, Hebron, and Oziel. And the sons of Merari, Muli, and Mouses. And in my 94th year, Abram took Jochebed, my daughter, to him for a wife. For they were born in one day, he and my daughter. 8 years old was I when I went into the land of Canaan, and 18 years when I slew Shechem. And at 19 years I became priest, and at 28 years I took a wife. And at 48 I went into Egypt, and I behold, my children, you are a third generation. And behold, my children, you are a third generation. In my 118th year, Joseph died. And now, my children, I command you, reverence the Lord your God with your whole heart, and walk in simplicity according to all his law. And do you also teach your children letters, that they may have understanding all their life, reading unceasingly the law of God. For everyone that knoweth the law of the Lord shall be honored, and shall not be a stranger whithersoever he goeth. Yes, many friends shall he gain more than his parents, and many men shall desire to serve him, and to hear the law from his mouth. Work righteousness, therefore, my children, upon the earth, that you may have it as a treasure in heaven, and sow good things in your souls, that you may find them in your life. But if you sow evil things, you shall reap every trouble, every affliction. Get wisdom in the reverence of God with diligence. For though there be a leading into captivity, and cities and lands be destroyed, and gold and silver and every possession perish, the the wisdom of the wise naught can take away, save the blindness of ungodliness and the callousness that comes of sin. For if one keep oneself from these evil things, then even among his enemies shall wisdom be a glory to him, and in a strange country a fatherland, and in the midst of foes shall prove a friend. Whosoever teaches noble things and does them shall be enthroned with kings, as was also Joseph my brother. And therefore, my children, I have learned that at the end of the ages, from the writing of Enoch, that you will transgress against the Lord, stretching out hands to all wickedness, and your brethren shall be put to shame because of you, and to all the Gentiles shall you become a scorn. For our father Yasharal is pure from the transgressions of the chief priests, who shall lay their hands upon the Savior of the world. My children, be ye pure as the heaven is purer than the earth. And you who are the lights of Yasharal shall be as the sun and moon. But if you be darkened through transgressions, what therefore will all the Gentiles do, living in blindness? Yes, you shall bring a curse upon our race, because the light of the law, which was given for to lighten every man, this you desire to destroy, by teaching commandments contrary to the ordinances of God. The offerings of the Lord you shall rob, and from his portion shall you steal choice portions, eating them contemptuously with harlots. And out of covetousness you shall teach the commandments of the Lord. Wedded women shall you pollute, and the virgins of Jerusalem shall you defile. And with harlots and adulteresses shall you be joined. And the daughters of the Gentiles shall you take to wife, purifying them with an unlawful purification. And your union shall be like unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and you shall be puffed up because of your priesthood, lifting yourselves up against men. And not only so, but also against the commands of God. For you shall contemn the holy things with jests and with laughter. Therefore the temple which the Lord shall choose shall be laid waste through your uncleanness, and you shall be captives throughout all nations, and you shall be an abomination unto them, and you shall receive reproach and everlasting shame from the righteous judgment of God. And all who hate you shall rejoice at your destruction. And if you were not to receive mercy through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob our fathers, not one of our seed should be left upon the earth. And now I have learned that for 70 weeks you shall go astray and profane the priesthood and pollute the sacrifices. And you shall make void the law, and set at naught the words of the prophets by evil perverseness. And you shall persecute righteous men, and you shall hate the godly. The words of the faithful shall you abhor, and a man who renews the law in the power of the Most High, you shall call a deceiver. And at last you shall rush upon him to slay him, not knowing his dignity, taking innocent blood through wickedness upon your heads. And your holy places shall be laid waste, even to the ground, because of him. And you shall have no place that is clean, but you shall be among the Gentiles a curse and a dispersion, until he shall again visit you, and in pity shall receive you through faith and water. And whereas you have heard concerning the 70 weeks, hear also concerning the priesthood. For in each jubilee there shall be a priesthood. And in the first jubilee, the first who is anointed to the priesthood shall be great, and shall speak to God as to a father. And his priesthood shall be perfect with the Lord. And in the day of his gladness shall he arise for the salvation of the world. In the second jubilee, he that is anointed shall be conceived in the sorrow of beloved ones. And his priesthood shall be honored, and shall be glorified by all. And the third priest shall be taken hold of by sorrow, and the fourth shall be in pain, because unrighteousness shall gather itself against him exceedingly. And all Yasharah shall hate each one his neighbor. The fifth shall be taken hold of by darkness, likewise also the sixth and the seventh. And in the seventh shall be such pollution as I cannot express before men, for they shall know it who do these things. Therefore shall they be taken captive and become a prey, and their land and their substance shall be destroyed. And in the fifth week they shall return to their desolate country, and shall renew the house of the Lord. And in the seventh week shall come priests who are idolaters, adulterers, lovers of money, proud, lawless, lascivious, abusers of children, abusers of beasts. And after the punishment shall have come from the Lord, the priesthood shall fail. Then shall the Lord raise up a new priest, and to him all the words of the Lord shall be revealed. And he shall execute a righteous judgment upon the earth for a multitude of days. And his star shall arise in heaven as of a king, lighting up the light of knowledge as the sun the day. And he shall be magnified in the world, and he shall shine forth as the sun on the earth, and shall remove all darkness from under heaven. And there shall be peace in all the earth. The heavens shall exult in his days, and the earth shall be glad, and the clouds shall rejoice, and the knowledge of the Lord shall be poured forth upon the earth as the water of the seas. And the angels of the glory of the presence of the Lord shall be glad in him. The heavens shall be opened, and from the temple of glory shall come upon him sanctification, with the Father's voice, as from Abraham to Isaac. And the glory of the Most High shall be uttered over him, and the spirit of understanding and sanctification shall rest upon him in the water. For he shall give the majesty of the Lord to his sons in truth forevermore. And there shall none succeed him for all generations forever. And in his priesthood the Gentiles shall be multiplied in knowledge upon the earth, and enlightened through the grace of the Lord. In his priesthood shall sin come to an end, and the lawless shall cease to do evil, and the just shall rest in him. And he shall open the gates of paradise, and he shall remove the threatening sword against Adam. And he shall give to the saints to eat from the tree of life, and the spirit of holiness shall be on them, and Beliar shall be bound by him. And he shall give power to his children to tread upon the evil spirits, and the Lord shall rejoice in his children, and be well pleased in his beloved ones forever. Then shall Abraham and Isaac and Jacob exult, and I will be glad. And all the saints shall clothe themselves with joy. And now, my children, you have heard all. Choose therefore for yourselves either the light or the darkness, either the law of the Lord or the works of Beliar. And the sons of Levi answered him, saying, Before the Lord we will walk according to his law. And their father said unto them, The Lord is witness, and his angels are witnesses, and you are witnesses, and I am witness concerning the word of your mouth. And his son said unto him, We are witnesses. And thus Levi ceased commending his sons, and he stretched out his feet on the bed, and was gathered to his fathers, after he had lived 137 years. And they laid him in a coffin, and afterwards they buried him in Hebron with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Yahawada. The testament of Judah, the fourth son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Judah, what things he spake to his sons before he died. They gathered themselves together, therefore, and came to him. And he said to them, Hearken, my children, to Judah your father. I was the fourth son, born to my father Jacob. And Leah, my mother, named me Judah, saying, I give thanks to the Mighty One, because he has given me a fourth son also. I was swift in my youth, and obedient to my father in everything. And I honored my mother and my mother's sister. And it came to pass when I became a man that my father blessed me, saying, You shall be a king, prospering in all things. And the Mighty One showed me favor in all my works, both in the field and in the house. I know that I raised the hind and caught it, and prepared the meat for my father, and he did eat. And the roes I used to master in the chase, and overtake all that was in the plains. A wild mare I overtook, and caught it, and tamed it. I slew a lion, and plucked a kid out of his mouth. I took a bear by its paw, and hurled it down the cliff, and it was crushed. I outran the wild boar, and seizing it as I ran, I tear it in sunder. A leopard in Hebron leaped upon my dog, and I caught it by the tail, and hurled it on the rocks, and it was broken in twain. I found a wild ox feeding in the fields, and seizing it by the horns, and whirling it round and stunning it, I cast it from me and slew it. And when the two kings of the Canaanites came, sheathed in armor against our flocks, and much people with them, single-handed, I rushed upon the king of Hazor, and smote him on the greaves, and dragged him down, and so I slew him. And the other, the king of Tapua, as he sat upon his horse, I slew, and so I scattered all these people. I called the king, a man of giant stature, I found hurling javelins, and behind, as he sat on horseback. And I took up a stone of 60 pounds weight, and hurled it, and smote his horse, and killed it. And I fought with these other two for 2 hours. And I clave his shield in twain, and I chopped off his feet, and killed him. And as I was stripping off his breastplate, behold, 9 men, his companions, began to fight with me. And I wound my garment on my head, and I slung stones at them, and killed 4 of them, and the rest fled. And Jacob my father slew Belshazzar, king of all the kings, a giant in strength, 12 cubits high. And fear fell upon them, and they ceased warring against us. Therefore my father was free from anxiety in the wars when I was with my brethren. For he saw in a vision concerning me that an angel of might followed me everywhere, that I should not be overcome. And in the south there came upon us a greater war than that in Shechem. And I joined in battle array with my brethren, and pursued 1,000 men, and slew of them 200 men, and 4 kings. And I went upon the wall, and I slew 4 mighty men. And so we captured Hazor, and took all the spoil. On the next day we departed to Aritan, a city strong and walled and inaccessible, threatening us with death. But I and Gad approached on the east of the city, and Reuben and Levi on the west. And they that were upon the wall, thinking that we were alone, were drawn down against us. And so my brothers secretly climbed up the wall on both sides by stakes, and entered the city, while the men knew it not. And we took the city with the edge of the sword. And as for those who had taken refuge in the tower, we set fire to the tower, and took both the tower and them. And as we were departing, the men of Tappuah seized our spoil, and seeing this, we fought with them, and we slew them all, and recovered our spoil. And when I was at the waters of Kozeba, the men of Jobel came against us to battle, and we fought with them and routed them, and their allies from Shiloh we slew, and we did not leave them power to command against us. And the men of Machir came upon us the 5th day to seize our spoil, and we attacked them and overcame them in fierce battle. For there was a host of mighty men amongst them, and we slew them before they had gone up the ascent. And when we came to their city, their women rolled upon us stones from the brow of the hill on which the city stood. And I and Simeon hid ourselves behind the town, and seized upon the heights, and destroyed this city also. And the next day it was told to us that the king of the city of Gash with a mighty host was coming against us. I, therefore, and Dan fanned ourselves to the Amorites, and as allies went into their city. And in the depth of night our brethren came, and we opened to them the gates, and we destroyed all the men and their substance. And we took for a prey all that was theirs. And their 3 walls we cast down. And we drew near to Thamah, where was all the substance of the hostile kings. Then being insulted by them, I was therefore wroth, and I rushed against them to the summit, and they kept slinging against me stones and darts. And had not Dan my brother aided me, they would have slain me. We came upon them, therefore, with wrath, and they all fled. And passing by another way, they besought my father, and he made peace with them. And we did to them no hurt, and they became tributary to us, and we restored to them their spoil. And I built Thamah, and my father built Rabael. I was 20 years old when this war befell, and the Canaanites feared me and feared my brethren. And I had much cattle, and I had for chief herds Iram the Adullamite. And when I went to him, I saw Barsaba, king of Adullam. And he spake unto us, and he made us a feast. And when I was heated, he gave me his daughter Bathshua to wife. She bare me and Onan and Shelah, and 2 of them the mighty one smote. For Shelah lived, and his children are you. In 18 years my father abode at peace with his brother Esau, and his sons with us. After that we came from Mesopotamia, from Laban. And when 18 years were fulfilled, in the 40th year of my life, Esau, the brother of my father, came upon us with a mighty and strong people. And Jacob smote Esau with an arrow. And Esau was taken up wounded on Mount Seir. And as he went, he died at Ananiram. And we pursued after the sons of Esau. Now they had a city with walls of iron and gates of brass, and we could not enter into it. And we encamped around and besieged it. And when they opened not to us in 20 days, I set up a ladder in the sight of everyone. And with my shield upon my head, I went up, sustaining the assaults of stones, upwards of 3 talents weight. And I slew 4 of their mighty men. And Reuben and Gad slew 6 others. Then they asked from us terms of peace. And having taken counsel with our father, we received them as tributaries. And they gave us 500 cores of wheat, 500 baths of oil, 500 measures of wine, until the famine, when we went down into Egypt. And after these things, my son took to wife Tamar from Mesopotamia, a daughter of Aram. Now was wicked, and he was in need concerning Tamar, because she was not of the land of Canaan. And on the third night, an angel of the Mighty One smote her. And he had not known her according to the evil craftiness of his mother, for he did not wish to have children by her. In the days of the wedding feast, I gave Onan to her in marriage, and he also in wickedness knew her not, though he spent with her a year. And when I threatened him, he went in unto her, but he spilled the seed on the ground, according to the command of his mother, and he also died through wickedness. And I wished to give Shelah also to her, but his mother did not permit it, for she wrought evil against Tamar, because she was not of the daughters of Canaan, as she also herself was. And I knew that the race of the Canaanites was wicked, but the impulse of youth blinded my mind. And when I saw her pouring out wine, owing to the intoxication of wine was I deceived, and took her, although my father had not counseled it. And while I was away, she went and took for Shelah a wife from Canaan. And when I knew what she had done, I cursed her in the anguish of my soul. And she also died through her wickedness, together with her sons. And after these things, while Tamar was a widow, she heard after 2 years that I was going up to shear my sheep. She adorned herself in bridal array and sat in the city of Enaim by the gate. For it was a law of the Amorites that she, who was about to marry, should sit in fornication 7 days by the gates. Therefore, being drunk with wine, I did not recognize her, and her beauty deceived me through the fashion of her adorning. And I turned aside to her and said, "Let me go in to you." And she said, "What will you give me?" And I gave her my staff and my girdle. I gave her my diadem of my kingdom in pledge. And I went in unto her, and she conceived. And not knowing what I had done, wished to slay her. But she privily sent my pledges and put me to shame. And when I called her, I heard also the secret words which I spoke when lying with her in my drunkenness. And I could not slay her, because it was from the Mighty One. For I said, lest haply she did it in subtlety, having received the pledge from another woman. But I came not again near her while I lived, because I had done this abomination in all Yahudah. Moreover, they who were in the city said that there was no harlot in the gate, because she came from another place and sat for a while in the gate. And I thought that no one knew that I had gone in unto her. And after this we came into Egypt to Joseph because of the famine. And I was 46 years old, and 73 years lived I in Egypt. And now I command you, my children, hearken to Yahweh, hearken to Judah your father, and keep my sayings to perform all the ordinances of the great I am, loving kindness, and to obey the commands of Yahuwah, and walk not after your lusts, nor in the imaginations of your thoughts, in holiness of heart. And glory not in the deeds and strength of your youth, for this also is evil in the eyes of the Mighty One. Since I also gloried that in wars no comely woman's face ever enticed me, and reproved Reuben my brother concerning Bilhah, the wife of my father. The spirits of jealousy and the spirit of fornication arrayed themselves against me, until I lay with Bathshua the Canaanite, and Tamar, who was espoused to my sons. For I said to my father-in-law, I will take counsel with my father, and so would I take thy daughter. And he was unwilling, but he showed me a boundless store of gold in his daughter's behalf, for he was a king. And he adorned her with gold and pearls, and caused her to pour out wine for us at the feast with the beauty of women. And the wine turned aside my eyes, and pleasure blinded my heart, and I became enamored of her, and I lay with her, and transgressed the commandments of the Mighty One, and transgressed the commandment of my fathers, and I took her to wife. And the Mighty One rewarded me according to the imagination of my heart. And as much as I had no joy in her children. And now, my children, I say unto you, be not drunk with wine, for wine turns the mind away from the truth. Wine inspires the passion of lusts and leads the eyes into error. For the spirit of fornication has wine as a minister to give pleasure to the mind. For these two also take away the mind of men. For if a man drink wine to drunkenness, it disturbs the mind with filthy thoughts, leading to fornication, and heats the body to carnal union. And if the occasion of the lust be present, he works the sin and is not ashamed. Such is the inebriated man, my children. For he who is drunken reverences no men. For lo, it made me also to err, so that I was not ashamed of the multitude in the city, in that before the eyes of all I turned aside unto Tamar, and I wrought a great sin, and I uncovered the covering of my son's shame. After I had drunk wine, I reverenced not the commandment of the Mighty One, and I took a woman of Canaan to wife. For much discretion needs the man who drinks wine, my children, and herein is discretion in drinking wine. A man may drink so long as he preserves modesty. But if you go beyond this limit, the spirit of deceit attacks his mind, and it makes the drunkard to talk filthily and to transgress, and not to be ashamed, but even to glory in his shame, and account himself honorable. He that commits fornication is not aware when he suffers loss, and is not ashamed when he put to dishonor. For even though a man be a king and commit fornication, he is stripped of his kingship by becoming the slave of fornication, as I myself also suffered. For I gave my staff, that is the stay of my tribe. I gave my girdle, that is my power. I gave my diadem, that is the glory of my kingdom. And I indeed repented of these things. Wine and flesh I eat not until my old age, nor did I behold any joy. And the angel of the Mighty One showed me that forever do women bear rule over king and beggar alike. And from the king they take away his glory, and from the valiant men they take away his might, and from the beggar They take away even that little which is the stay of his poverty. Observe, therefore, my children, the right limit in wine. For there are in wine 4 evil spirits of lusts, of hot desire, of profligacy, of filthy lucre. If you drink wine in gladness, be modest with the reverence of the Mighty One. For if in your gladness you reverence the Mighty One, the reverence of the Mighty One departs, then drunkenness arises, and shamelessness steals in. But if you would live soberly, do not touch wine at all, lest you sin in words of outrage, and in fightings, and slanders, and transgressions of the commandments of the Mighty One, and you perish before your time. Moreover, wine reveals the mysteries of the Mighty One and men, even as I also reveal the commandments of the Mighty One and the mysteries of Jacob my father to the Canaanites, to the Canaanitish woman Bathsheba, which the Mighty One bade me not to reveal. And wine is a cause for both war and fornication, war and confusion. And now I command you, my children, not to love money, nor to gaze upon the beauty of women, because for the sake of money and beauty I was led astray to Bathsheba the Canaanite. For I know that because of these 2 things shall my race fall into wickedness. For even wise men among my sons shall they maul, and shall cause the kingdom of Yahweh to be diminished, which the Mighty One gave me because of my obedience to my father. For I never caused grief to Jacob my father. For all things whatsoever he commanded I did. And Isaac, the father of my father, blessed me to be the king in Yasharal, in Yahweh. And Jacob further blessed me in the same manner. And I know that for me shall the kingdom be established. For I also read in the books of Enoch the righteous what evils you will do in the last days. Beware, therefore, my children, of fornication, and beware of the love of money, and hearken to Yahweh your Father. For these things will draw you from the law of the Mighty One, and blind the inclination of the soul, and teach arrogance, and suffer not a man to have compassion upon his neighbor, They rob his soul of all goodness and oppress him with toils and troubles, and drive away sleep from him and devour his flesh. And he hinders the sacrifices of the mighty one, and he remembers not the blessing of the mighty one. He hearkens not to a prophet when he speaks, and resents the words of godliness. For he is a slave to two contrary passions, and cannot obey the great I am loving kindness, because they have blinded his soul, and he walks in the day as in the night. My children, the love of money leads to idolatry, because when led astray through money, men name as gods those who are not gods, and it causes him who has it to fall into madness. For the sake of money, I lost my children, and had not my repentance and my humiliation and the prayers of my father been accepted, I should have died childless. But the power of my fathers had mercy on me, because I did it in ignorance. And the prince of deceit blinded me, and I was ignorant as a man, and as flesh, being corrupted through sins. And I learned my own weakness while thinking myself invincible. Know therefore, my children, that two spirits wait upon men, the spirit of truth and the spirit of deceit. And in the midst is the spirit of the overstanding of the mind, to which it belongs to turn wheresoever it will. And the works of truth and the works of deceit are written upon the hearts of men, and each one of them the mighty one knows. And there is no time at which the works of men can be hid. For on the heart itself have they been written down before the mighty one. And the spirit of truth testifies all things, and accuses all. And the sinner is burnt by his own heart, and cannot raise his face to the judge. And now, my children, I command you, love Levi, that you may abide, and exhort not yourselves against him, lest you be utterly destroyed. For to me, the mighty one gave the kingdom, and to Levi the priesthood. And he set the kingdom beneath the priesthood. To me, he gave the things upon the earth, to him the things in the heavens. As the heaven is higher than the earth, so is the priesthood of the mighty one, higher than the earthly kingdom. unless he falls away through sin from the mighty one and is dominated by the earthly kingdom. For the angel of the mighty one said unto me, the mighty one chose him rather than you to draw near to him and to eat of his table and to offer him the first fruits of the church things of the sons of Yasharal. But you shall be king of Yehuda. But you shall be king of Jacob. And you shall be amongst them as the sea. For as on the sea, just and unjust are tossed about, some taken into captivity, while some are enriched, so also shall every race of men be in you. So shall be impoverished, being taken captive, and others grow rich by plundering the possessions of others. For the kings shall be as sea monsters. They shall swallow men like fishes. The sons and daughters of freemen shall they enslave. Houses, lands, flocks, money shall they plunder. And with the flesh of many shall they wrongfully feed the ravens and the cranes. And they shall advance in evil, in covetousness uplifted. And there shall be false prophets like the tempests, and they shall persecute all righteous men. And the mighty one shall bring upon them divisions, one against another. And there shall be continual wars in Yasharal, and among men of another race shall my kingdom be brought to an end, until the salvation of the Yahudims shall come, until the appearing of the power of righteousness, that Jacob and all the Gentiles may rest in peace. And he shall guard the might of my kingdom forever. For the mighty one sware to me with an oath that he would not destroy the kingdom for my seed forever. Now I have much grief, my children, because of your lewdness and witchcrafts and idolatries, which you shall practice against the kingdom, following them that have familiar spirits, diviners, and demons of error. You shall make your daughters singing girls and harlots, and you shall mingle in the abominations of the Gentiles. For which things sake the mighty one shall bring upon you famine and pestilence, death and the sword, beleaguering by enemies, and revilings of friends, the slaughter of children, the rape of wives, the plundering of possessions, the burnings of the temple of the mighty one, the laying waste of the land, the enslavement of yourselves among the Gentiles. And they shall make some of you eunuchs for their wives, until you turn unto the mighty one with perfect heart, repenting and walking in all the commandments of the mighty one. And the Most High visit you with mercy and bring you up from captivity among the Gentiles. And after these things shall a star rise to you from Jacob in peace, and a man shall arise from my seed, like the Son of Righteousness, walking with the sons of men in meekness and righteousness. And the heavens shall be opened unto him, and the blessings of the Holy Father will pour down upon him, and he will pour down upon us the Spirit of grace, and you shall be his true children by adoption, and you shall walk in his commandments first and last. Then a branch shall go forth from me, and the scepter of my kingdom shall shine forth, and from your root shall arise a stem, and from the stem shall go up the rod of righteousness unto the Gentiles, to judge and to save all that call upon the Mighty One. And after these things shall Abraham and Isaac and Jacob arise unto life, and I and my brethren shall be chiefs of the tribes of Yasharal. Levi first, I the second, Joseph third, Benjamin fourth, Simeon fifth, Issachar sixth, and so all in order. And the Mighty One blessed Levi, and the angel of the presence blessed me. And the powers of glory, Simeon, the heaven, Reuben, the earth, Issachar, the sea, Zebulun, the mountains, Joseph, the tabernacle, Benjamin, the luminaries, Dan, Eden, Naphtali, the sun, Gad, the moon, Asher. And you shall be the people of the Mighty One, and you shall have one tongue, and there shall be there no spirit of deceit, no spirit of Beliar, for he shall be cast into the fire forever. And they who have died in grief shall arise in joy, and they who were poor for the Mighty One's sake shall be made rich, and they who are put to death for the Mighty One's sake shall awake to life, and the hearts of Jacob shall run in joyfulness, and the eagles of Yasharal shall fly in gladness, and all the peoples shall glorify the Mighty One forever. Observe therefore, my children, all the law of the Mighty One, for there is hope for all them who hold fast unto his ways. And he said to them, Behold, I died before your eyes this day, 119 years old. Let no one bury me in costly apparel, nor tear open my bowels. For this shall they do who our kings do, and carry me up to Hebron with you. And Yahweh and Judah, when he had said these things, fell asleep, and his sons did according to whatsoever he commanded them, and they buried him in Hebron with his fathers. Giving all honor and praises to the Most High Yahuwah, the great I Am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Issachar, the fifth son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Issachar. For he called his sons and said to them, Hearken, my children, to Issachar your father. Give ear to the words of him who is beloved of the Lord. I was born the fifth son of Jacob, by way of hire for the mandrakes. For Reuben, my brother, brought in mandrakes from the field, and Rachel met him and took them. And Reuben wept, and at his voice Leah, my mother, came forth. Now these mandrakes were sweet-smelling apples, which were produced in the land of Haran, below a ravine of water. And Rachel said, I will not give them to you, but they shall be to me instead of children. For the Lord has despised me, and I have not borne children to Jacob. Now there were 2 apples, and Leah said to Rachel, "Let it suffice you that you have taken my husband. Will you take these also?" And Rachel said to her, "You shall have Jacob this night for the mandrakes of your son." And Leah said to her, "Jacob is mine, for I am the wife of his youth." But Rachel said, "Boast not, and vaunt not yourself, for he espoused me before you, and for my sake he served our father 14 years. And had not craft increased on the earth, and the wickedness of men prospered, you would not now see the face of Jacob. For you are not his wife, but in craft you were taken to him instead of me. And my father deceived me and removed me on that night. And my father did not allow Jacob to see me. For had I been there, this had not happened to him. Nevertheless, for the mandrakes, I am hiring Jacob to you for one night." And Jacob knew Leah, and she conceived and bare me. And on account of the hire, I was called Issachar. Then appeared Jacob, an angel of the Lord, saying, "2 children shall Rachel bear, and as much as she has refused company with her husband and has chosen continency. And had not Leah my mother paid 2 apples for the sake of his company, she would have borne 8 sons. For this reason she bare 6, and Rachel bare the 2. For on account of the mandrakes, the Lord visited her. For he knew that for the sake of children she wished to company with Jacob, and not for lust of pleasure. For on the morrow also she again gave up Jacob. Because of the mandrakes, therefore, the Lord hearkened to Rachel. For though she desired them, she eat them not, but offered them in the house of the Lord, presenting them to the priests of the Most High, who was at that time. When therefore I grew up, my children, I walked in uprightness of heart, and I became a husbandman for my father and my brethren. And I brought in fruits from the field according to their season. And my father blessed me, for he saw that I walked in rectitude before him. And I was not a busybody in my doings, nor was I envious and malicious against my neighbor. I never slandered anyone, nor did I censure the life of any man, walking as I did in singleness of eye. Therefore, when I was 35 years old, I took to myself a wife, for my labor wore away my strength, and I never thought upon pleasure with women, but owing to my toil, sleep overcame me, and my father always rejoiced in my rectitude, because I offered through the priest to the Lord all first fruits, then to my father also. And the Lord increased 10,000-fold his benefits in my hands. And also Jacob my father knew that God hated my singleness. For on all the poor and oppressed I bestowed the good things of the earth in the singleness of my heart. And now, hearken to me, my children, and walk in singleness of your heart. For I have seen in it all that is well pleasing to the Lord. The single-minded man does not covet gold. He overreacts not his neighbor. He does not long after manifold dainties. He does not delight in varied apparel. He does not desire to live a long life, but he only waits for the will of the Most High. And the spirits of deceit have no power against him. For he looks not on the beauty of women, lest he should pollute his mind with corruption. There is no envy in his thoughts, no malicious person makes his soul to pine away. He does not worry with insatiable desire in his mind. For he walks in singleness of soul. He beholds all things in uprightness of heart, shunning eyes made evil through the error of the world, lest he should see the perversion of any of the commandments of the Lord. Keep therefore, my children, the law of God, and get singleness, and walk in guilelessness, not playing the busybody with the business of your neighbor, but love the Lord and love your neighbor. Have compassion on the poor and have compassion on the weak. Bow down your back unto husbandry and toil in labors in all manner of husbandry, offering gifts to the Lord with thanksgiving. For with the first fruits of the earth will the Lord bless you, even as he blessed all the saints from Abel even until now. For no other portion is given to you than of the fatness of the earth, whose fruits are raised by toil. For our father Jacob blessed me with blessings of the earth and of first fruits. And Levi and Judah were glorified by the Lord, even among the sons of Jacob. For the Lord gave them an inheritance. And to Levi, the Lord gave the priesthood. And to Judah, the Lord gave the kingdom. And do you therefore obey them and walk in the singleness of your father? For unto Gad has it been given to destroy the troops that are coming upon Issachar. Know ye therefore, my children, that in the last times your sons will forsake singleness and will cleave unto insatiable desire, and leaving guilelessness, your sons will draw near to malice, and forsaking the commandments of the Lord, your sons will cleave unto Beliar, and leaving husbandry, your sons will follow after their own wicked devices. And they shall be dispersed among the Gentiles, and shall serve their enemies. And do you therefore give these commands to your children, that if they sin, they may be more quickly returned to the Lord. For the Lord is merciful and will deliver them, even to bring them back into the land. Behold, therefore, as you see, I am 126 years old, and I am not conscious of committing any sin, except my wife. I have not known any other women. I never committed fornication by the uplifting of my eyes. I do not drink wine to be led astray thereby. I do not covet any desirable thing that was my neighbor's. Guile arose not in my heart. A lie passed not through my lips. If any man were in distress, I joined my sighs with his, and I shared my bread with the poor. I wrought godliness all my days. I kept truth. I loved the Lord with all my strength. Likewise, I love also every man with all my heart. So do you also these things, my children, and every spirit of Beliar shall flee from you, and no deed of wicked men shall rule over you. And every wild beast shall you subdue. Since you have with you the God of heaven and earth, walk with men in singleness of heart, and having said these things, Issachar commanded his sons that they should carry him up to Hebron and bury him there in the cave with his fathers. He stretched out his feet and died. The fifth son of Jacob, Issachar, died at a good old age, with every limb sound and with strength unabated. He slept the eternal sleep. All honor and praises to the Most High Yahuwah, the great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. The testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Zebulun, the sixth son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Zebulun, which he enjoined on his sons before he died. In the 114th year of his life, 2 years after the death of Joseph. And he said to them, "Hearken to me, you sons of Zebulun. Attend to the words of your father. I, Zebulun, was born a good gift to my parents. For when I was born, my father was increased very exceedingly, both in flocks and herds. When with the striked rods he had his portion, I am not conscious that I have sinned all my days, except in thought. Nor yet do I remember that I have done any iniquity, except the sin of ignorance, which I committed against Joseph. For I covenanted with my brethren not to tell my father what had been done. But I wept in secret many days on account of Joseph, for I feared my brethren, because they had all agreed that if anyone should declare the secret, he should be slain. But when they wished to kill him, I adjured them much with tears not to be guilty of this sin. For Simeon and Gad came against Joseph to kill him. And he said unto them with tears, "Pity me, my brethren. Have mercy upon the bowels of Jacob our father. Lay not upon me your hands to shed innocent blood, for I have not sinned against you. And if indeed I have sinned with chastening, chastise me, my brethren, but lay not upon me your hand, for the sake of Jacob our father." And as he spoke these words, wailing as he did so, I was unable to bear his lamentations, and I began to weep, and my liver was poured out, and all the substance of my bowels was loosened. And I wept with Joseph, and my heart sounded, and the joints of my body trembled, and I was not able to stand. And when Joseph saw me weeping with him, and them coming against him to slay him, he fled behind me, beseeching them. But meanwhile Reuben rose and said, "Come, my brethren, let us not slay him, but let us cast him into one of these dry pits, which our fathers digged and found no water. For this cause Yahuwah forbade that water should rise up in them, in order that Joseph should be preserved. And they did so, until they sold him to the Ishmaelites. For in his price I had no share, my children. But Simeon and Gad and 6 other of our brethren took the price of Joseph and bought sandals for themselves and their wives and their children, saying, we will not eat of it, for it is the price of our brother's blood, but we will assuredly tread it underfoot, because he said that he would be king over us. And so let us see what will become of his dreams. Therefore it is written in the writing of the law of Moses, that whosoever will not raise up seed to his brother, his sandals should be unloosed, and they should spit into his face. And the brethren of Joseph wished not that their brother should live. And Yahuwah loosed from them the sandal which they wore against Joseph their brother. For when they came into Egypt, they were unloosed by the servants of Joseph outside the gate. And so they made obeisance to Joseph after the fashion of King Pharaoh. And not only did they make obeisance to him, but they were spit upon also, falling down before him forthwith. And so they were put to shame before the Egyptians. For after this, the Egyptians heard all the evils that they had done to Joseph. And for 2 nights I ate nothing, through pity for Joseph. And Yahweh that ate nothing with them, but watched the pit, for he feared lest Simeon and Gad should run off and slay him. And when they saw that I also eat not, they set me to watch him until he was sold. And he spent in the pit 3 days and 3 nights, and so was sold famishing. And when Reuben heard that while he was away Joseph had been sold, he rent his clothes and mourned, saying, how shall I look in the face of Jacob my father? And he took the money and ran after the merchants, and found no one. For they had left the main road and journeyed through the troglodytes by a shortcut. But Reuben was grieved. He ate no food that day. Dan therefore came to him and said, "Weep not, neither grieve, for we have found what we can say to our father Jacob. Let us slay a kid of the goats and dip in it the coat of Joseph, and let us send it to Jacob, saying, Know, is this the coat of thy son? And they did so, for they stripped off from Joseph his coat when they were selling him, and put upon him the garment of a slave. Now Simeon took the coat and would not give it up, for he wished to rend it with his sword, as he was angry that Joseph lived, and that he had not slain him. Then we all rose up and said unto him, If you do not give up the coat, we will say to our father that you alone did this evil thing in Issachar. And so he gave it unto them, and they did even as Dan had said. And now, my children, I bid you to keep the commands of Yahweh, and to show mercy to your neighbors, and to have compassion towards all, not towards men only, but also towards beasts. For this thing's sake Yahuwah blessed me. And when all my brethren were sick, I escaped without sickness. For Yahuwah knows the purposes of each. Have therefore compassion in your hearts, my children, because even as a man does to his neighbor, even so also will Yahuwah do to him. For the sons of my brethren were sickening and were dying on account of Joseph, because they showed not mercy in their hearts. But my sons were preserved without sickness, as you know. And when I was in the land of Canaan, by the sea coast, I made a catch of fish for Jacob my father. And when many were choked in the sea, I continued unhurt. I was the first to make a boat to sail upon the sea. For Yahuwah gave me understanding and wisdom therein. and I let down a rudder behind it, and I stretched a sail upon another upright piece of wood in the midst. And I sailed therein along the shores, catching fish for the house of my father, until we came to Egypt. And through compassion, I shared my catch with every stranger. And if a man were a stranger, or sick, or aged, I boiled the fish and dressed them well and offered them to all men, as every man had need, grieving with and having compassion upon them. Wherefore also Yahuwah satisfied me with abundance of fish when catching fish. For he that shares with his neighbor receives manifold more from Yahuwah. For 5 years I caught fish, and gave thereof to every man whom I saw, and sufficed for all the house of my father. And in the summer I caught fish, and in the winter I kept sheep with my brethren. Now I will declare unto you what I did. I saw a man in distress through nakedness in wintertime, and had compassion upon him. I stole away a garment secretly from my father's house, and gave it to the man who was in distress. Do you, therefore, my children, from that which Yahuwah bestows upon you, show compassion, show mercy without hesitation to all men, and give to every man with a good heart. And if you have not the wherewithal to give to him that needs, have compassion for him in bowels of mercy. I know that my hand found not the wherewithal to give him that needed, and I walked with him, weeping for 7 furlongs, and my bowels yearned towards him in compassion. Have therefore yourselves also, my children, compassion towards every man with mercy, that Yahuwah also may have compassion and mercy upon you. Because also in the last days Yahuwah will send his compassion on the earth, and wheresoever he finds bowels of mercy, he dwells in him. For in the degree in which a man has compassion upon his neighbor, in the same degree has Yahuwah also has compassion upon him. And when we went down into Egypt, Joseph bore no malice against us. To whom, taking heed, do you also, my children, approve yourselves without malice, and love one another, and do not set down in account each one of you evil against his brother. For this breaks unity and divides all kindred, and it troubles the soul and wears away the countenance. Observe therefore the waters, and know when they flow together. They sweep along stones, trees. They sweep along earth and other things. But if they are divided into many streams, the earth swallows them up, and they become of no account. So shall you also be if you be divided. Be not you therefore divided into two heads. For everything which Yahuwah made has but one head, and two shoulders, 2 hands, 2 feet, but all the remaining members. For I have learned in the writing of my fathers that you shall be divided in Yasharal, and you shall follow 2 kings, and you shall work every abomination, and your enemies shall lead you captive. And you shall be evil and treated among the Gentiles with many infirmities and tribulations. And after these things you shall remember Yahuwah and repent. He shall cause you to return. He shall have mercy upon you, for he is merciful and compassionate. He does not set down in account evil to the sons of men, because they are flesh. And the spirits of deceit deceive them in all their deeds. And after these things, there shall arise unto you Yahuwah himself, the light of righteousness, and healing and compassion shall be in his wings. He shall redeem all the captivity of the sons of men from Beliar, and every spirit of deceit shall be trodden down. And you shall return unto your own land. And he shall bring back all the Gentiles into zeal for him. And you shall see Yahuwah in the fashion of a man, which Yahuwah shall choose. Yahushalim is his name. And again, through the wickedness of your works, shall you provoke him to anger. And you shall be cast away by him unto the time of consummation. And now, my children, grieve not that I am dying. Nor be cast down in that I am coming to my end. For I shall rise again in the midst of you as a ruler in the midst of his sons. And I shall rejoice in the midst of my tribe, as many as shall keep the law of Yahuwah and the commandments of Zebulun their father. But upon the ungodly shall Yahuwah bring eternal fire and destroy them throughout all generations. But I am now hastening away to my rest, as did also my fathers. But do you reverence Yahuwah, our power, with all your strength, all the days of your life? And when Zebulun had said these things, he fell asleep at a good old age. And his sons laid him in a wooden coffin. And afterwards they carried him up and buried him in Hebron with his fathers. All honor and praises to the Most High, our power, the great I am, loving kindness, the holy great one, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Dan, the seventh son of Jacob and Bilhah. The copy of the words of Dan, which he spake to his sons in his last days, in the 125th year of his life. For he called together his family and said, Hearken to my words, you sons of Dan, and give heed to the words of your father. I have proved in my heart and in my whole life that truth with just dealing is good and well pleasing to God, and that lying and anger are evil, because they teach men all wickedness. I confess, therefore, this day to you, my children, that in my heart I resolved on the death of Joseph, my brother, the true and good man. And I rejoice that he was sold, because his father loved him more than us. For the spirit of jealousy and the spirit of vainglory said to me, You yourself also are his son. And one of the spirits of Beliar stirred me up, saying to me, Take this sword, and with it slay Joseph. So shall your father love you when he is dead. Now this was the spirit of anger that persuaded me to crush Joseph as a leopard crushes a kid. But the God of my fathers did not deliver him into my hands, that I should find him alone, nor allow me to work this iniquity. And cause a second tribe to be destroyed in Yehudah. And now, my children, behold, I am dying. And I tell you a truth, that unless you keep yourselves from the spirit of lying and of anger, unless you love truth and long suffering, you shall perish. For anger is blindness. It does not suffer one to see the face of any man with truth. For though it be a father or a mother, the angry man behaves towards them as enemies. Though it be a brother, he knows him not. Though it be a prophet of the Lord, he disobeys him. Though a righteous man, he regards him not. Though a friend, he does not acknowledge him. For the spirit of anger encompasses him with the net of deceit, and blinds his eyes, and through lying darkens his mind, and gives him his own peculiar vision. And wherewith encompasses it his eyes with hatred of heart, so as to be envious of his brother. For anger is an evil thing, my children, for it troubles even the soul itself, and the body of the angry man it makes his own, and over his soul it gets the mastery, and it bestows upon the body power that it may work all iniquity. And when the body does all these things, the soul justifies what is done. Since it seeth not aright. Therefore he who is wrathful, if he be a mighty man, he has a threefold power in his anger. One, by the help of his servants, and a second, by his wealth, whereby he persuades and overcomes wrongfully. And thirdly, having his own natural power, he works thereby the evil. And though the wrathful man be weak, yet he has a twofold power of that which is by nature. For wrath ever aids such in lawlessness. This spirit of wrath goes always with lying at the right hand of Satan, that with cruelty and lying his works may be wrought. Overstand you therefore the power of wrath, that it is vain. For wrath first of all gives provocation by word, then by deed it strengthens him who is angry, and with sharp losses disturbs his mind. And so stirs up with great wrath his soul. Therefore, when anyone speaks against you, do not be moved to anger. And if any man praises you as a holy man, be not uplifted. Be not moved either to delight or to disgust. For first, it pleases the hearing, and so it makes the mind keen to perceive the grounds for provocation. And then being enraged, he thinks that he is justly angry. If you fall into any loss or ruin, my children, be not afflicted. For this very spirit makes a man desire that which is perishable, in order that he may be enraged through the affliction. And if you suffer loss voluntarily or involuntarily, do not be vexed. For from vexation arises wrath with lying. Moreover, there is a twofold mischief with wrath and lying. And they assist one another in order to disturb the heart. And when the soul is continually disturbed, the Lord departs from it, and Belial rules over the soul. Observe, therefore, my children, the commandments of the Lord, and keep his law. Depart from wrath and hate lying, that the Lord may dwell among you, and Belial may flee from you. Speak truth, each one with his neighbor. So shall you not fall into wrath and confusion. But you shall be in peace, having the God of peace. So shall no war prevail over you. Love the Lord through all your life, and love one another with a true heart. I know that in the last days you shall depart from the Lord, and you shall provoke Levi unto anger, and you shall fight against Judah. But you shall not prevail against them, for an angel of the Lord shall guide them both. For by them shall the Yahudim stand. And whensoever you depart from the Lord, you shall walk in all evil and work the abominations of the Gentiles, going a whoring after women of the lawless ones, while with all wickedness the spirits of wickedness work in you. For I have read in the book of Enoch, the righteous, that your prince is Satan, and that all the spirits of wickedness and all the spirits of pride will conspire to attend constantly on the sons of Levi, to cause them to sin before the Lord. And my sons will draw near to Levi and sin with them in all things. And the sons of Yahweh will be covetous, plundering other men's goods like lions. Therefore, you shall be led away with them into captivity. And there shall you receive all the plagues of Egypt and all the evils of the Gentiles. And so, when you return to the Lord, you shall obtain mercy, and he shall bring you into his sanctuary, and he shall give you peace. And there shall arise unto you from the tribe of Yahweh and of Loya the salvation of the Lord. And he shall make war against Beliar and execute an everlasting vengeance on our enemies. And the captivity shall he take from Beliar the souls of the saints, and turn disobedient hearts unto the Lord, and give to them that call upon him eternal peace. And the saints shall rest in Eden. And in the new Yerushalayim will the righteous rejoice. And it shall be unto you the glory of God forever. And no longer shall Yerushalayim endure desolation, nor Yehuda be led captive. For the Lord shall be in the midst of it, living amongst men. And the Holy One of Yehuda shall reign over it, in humility and in poverty. And he who believes on him shall reign amongst men in truth. And now, reverence the Lord, my children, and beware of Satan and his spirits. Draw near unto God and to the angel that intercedes for you. For he is a mediator between God and men. And for the peace of Yehuda, he shall stand up against the kingdom of the enemy. Therefore is the enemy eager to destroy all that call upon the Lord. For he knows that on the day on which Yehuda shall repent. The kingdom of the enemy shall be brought to an end. For the very angel of peace shall strengthen Yasharal, the Yahudims. That Yahudah fall not into the extremity of evil. And it shall be in the time of the lawlessness of Yahudah that the Lord will not depart from them, but will transform them into a nation that does His will. For none of the angels will be equal unto Him. And His name shall be in every place of Yahudah and among the Gentiles. Keep therefore yourselves, my children, from every evil work, and cast away wrath, cast away all lying, and love truth, and love long suffering. And the things which you have heard from your father, do you also impart to your children, that the Savior of the Gentiles may receive you. For He is true and long suffering. He is meek and lowly, and teaches by His works the law of God. Depart therefore. Depart from all unrighteousness, and cleave unto the righteousness of God, and your race will be saved forever. And bury me near my fathers. And when he had said these things, he kissed them, and fell asleep at a good old age. And his sons buried him. And after that, they carried up the bones of Dan and placed them near Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. Nevertheless, Dan prophesied unto them that they should forget their God, and should be alienated from the land of their inheritance, and from the race of Yahudah, and from the family of their seed. We're giving all honor and praises and glory to the Most High Yahuwah, the great I am, loving kindness, the holy great one, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. Until next time. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Naphtali, the 8th son of Jacob and Bela. The copy of the Testament of Naphtali, which he ordained at the time of his death in the 130th year of his life, when his sons were gathered together in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, while still in good health, Naphtali made a feast of food and wine. And after he was awake in the morning, he said to them, I am dying. And they believed him not. And as he glorified the Lord, he grew strong and said that after yesterday's feast, he should die. And he began then to say, Hear, my children. You sons of Naphtali, hear the words of your father. I was born from Bilhah, and because Rachel dealt craftily and gave Bilhah in place of herself to Jacob, and she conceived and bare me upon Rachel's knees. Therefore she called my name Naphtali. For Rachel loved me very much, because I was born upon her lap. And when I was still young, she came to kiss me and say, May I have a brother of thine from my own womb, like unto you? Because of this also Joseph was like unto me in all things, according to the prayers of Rachel. Now my mother was Bilhah, daughter of Rothias, the brother of Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, who was born on one and the selfsame day with Rachel. And Rothias was of the family of Abraham, a Chaldean, God-fearing, freeborn and noble. Rothias was taken captive and was bought by Laban. And he gave him Una, his handmaid, to wife. And she bore a daughter, and called her name Zilpah, after the name of the village in which he had been taken captive. And next she bore Bilhah, saying, My daughter hastens after what is new. For immediately that she was born, she seized the breast and hastened to suck it. And I was swift on my feet like the deer. And my father Jacob appointed me for all messages. And as a deer, he gave me his blessing. For as the potter knows the vessel, how much it is to contain, and brings clay accordingly, so also does the Lord make the body after the likeness of the Spirit, and according to the capacity of the body does the Lord implant the Spirit. And the one does not fall short of the other, by a third part of a hair. For by weight and measure and by rule was all the creation made. And as the potter knoweth the use of each vessel, what it is meet for, so also does the Lord knows the body, how far the body will persist in goodness, and when it begins in evil. For there is no inclination or thought which the Lord knoweth not. For he created every man after his own image. For as a man's strength, so also is his work. As his eye, so also is his sleep. As his mind, so also is his skill. And as his purpose, so also is his achievement. And as his heart, so also is his mouth. As his soul, so also is his word, either in the law of the Lord or in the works of Beliar. Just as there is a division between light and darkness, between seeing and hearing, so also is there a division between men and women, between men and men, between woman and woman. And it is not to be said that the one is like the other, either in face or in mind. For God made all things good in their order. The 5 seasons in the head, and he joined on the neck to the head, adding to it the hair also, for comeliness and glory. Adding the heart for overstanding, the belly for excrement, and the stomach for grinding, adding the windpipe for taking in the breath, the liver for wrath, the gall for bitterness, the spleen for laughter, the reins for prudence, adding the muscles of the loins for power. The lungs for drawing in, the loins for strength, and so forth. So then, my children, let all your works be done in order with good intent, in the reverence of God, and do nothing disorderly, in scorn, or out of its due season. For if you bid the eye to hear, it cannot. So neither, while you are in darkness, can you do the works of light. Therefore, not eager to corrupt your doings through covetousness. Or with vain words to beguile your souls. Because if you keep silence in purity of heart, you shall understand how to hold fast the will of God. You shall understand how to cast away the will of Beliar. Sun and moon and stars, change not their order. So do you also change not the law of God in the disorderliness of your doings. The Gentiles went astray and forsook the Lord and changed their order and obeyed stocks, obeyed stones, obeyed spirits of deceit. You shall not be so, my children, recognizing in the firmament, in the earth, and in the sea, and in all created things, the Lord who made all things, that you become not as Sodom, which changed the order of nature. In the same way, the watchers also changed the order of their nature. Whom the Lord cursed at the flood, whose account he made the earth without inhabitant and fruitless. These things I say unto you, my children, for I have read in the writing of Enoch that you yourselves also shall depart from the Lord, walking according to all the lawlessness of the Gentiles, and you shall do according to all the wickedness of Sodom. And the Lord shall bring captivity upon you, and there shall you serve your enemies. And you shall be bowed down with every affliction and every tribulation, until the Lord have consumed you all. After you have become diminished and made few, you shall return and acknowledge the Lord your God, and he shall bring you back into your own land according to his abundant mercy. It shall be after that they come into the land of their fathers, they shall again forget the Lord and become ungodly. And the Lord shall scatter them upon the face of all the earth, until the compassion of the Lord shall come. Amen. Working righteousness and working mercy unto all them that are afar off, and to them that are near. For in the 40th year of my life, I saw a vision on the Mount of Olives, on the east of Jerusalem. I saw that the sun and the moon were standing still. And behold, Isaac, the father of my father, said to us, Run and lay hold of the sun and moon, each one according to his strength, and to him that seizes them will the sun and moon belong. And we of us ran together. And Levi laid hold of the son, and Yahweh outstripped the others and seized the moon. And they were, both of them, lifted up with them. And when Levi became as a son, lo, a certain young man gave to him 12 branches of palm. And Yahweh was bright as the moon, and under his feet were 12 rays. And the two, Levi and Yahweh, ran and laid hold of them. And lo, a bull upon the earth, with 2 great horns, and an eagle's wings upon his back. And we wished to seize him, but could not. But Joseph came and seized the bull and ascended up with him on high. And I saw, for I was there, and behold, a holy writing appeared to us, saying, Assyrians, Medes, Persians, Chaldeans, Syrians shall possess in captivity the 12 tribes of Yahweh. And again, after 7 days, I saw our father Jacob standing by the sea of Jamnia, and we were with him. And behold, there came a ship sailing by, without sailors or pilot. There was written upon the ship of Jacob. And our father said to us, Come, let us embark on our ship. When we had got on board, there arose a vehement storm and a mighty tempest of wind. And our father, who was holding the helm, departed from us and we, being tossed with the tempest, were borne along over the sea. And the ship was filled with water and was pounded by mighty waves until it was broken up. And Joseph fled away upon a little boat, and we were all divided upon 9 planks. And Levi and Yahweh were together. And we were all scattered unto the ends of the earth. Then Levi girded himself about with sackcloth, prayed for our soul unto the Lord, and when the storm ceased, the ship reached the land, as it were, in peace. And lo, our father came, and we all rejoiced with one accord. These 2 dreams I told to my father, and he said to me, these things must be fulfilled in their season. After that, Yahweh has endured many things. Then my father said unto me, I believe God that Joseph lived, for I see always that the Lord numbers him with you. And he said, weeping, me, my son, Joseph, you live, though I behold you not, and you see me not. Jacob, that begot you. He caused me also therefore to weep by these words. And I burn in my heart to declare that Joseph had been sold. But I feared my brethren. My children, I have shown unto you the last times how everything shall come to pass in Yahweh. Do you also therefore charge your children that they be united to Levi and to Yahweh. For through them shall salvation arise unto Yahweh, and in them shall Jacob be blessed. For through their tribes shall God appear, dwelling among men on earth, to save the race of the Yahudims. And to gather together the righteous from among the Gentiles. If you work that which is good, my children, both men and angels shall bless you. And God shall be glorified among the Gentiles through you. And the devil shall flee from you. And the wild beasts shall fear you. And the Lord shall love you. And the angels shall cleave to you. As a man who has trained a child well is kept in kindly remembrance, so also for a good work there is good remembrance before God. But him who does not that which is good, both angels and men shall curse, and God shall be dishonored among the Gentiles through him. And the devil shall make him as his own peculiar instrument. And every wild beast shall master him. And the Lord shall hate him. For the commandments of the law are twofold. And through prudence must they be fulfilled. For there is a season for a man to embrace his wife, and a season to abstain there from for his prayer. So then, there are two commandments, and unless they be done in due order, they bring very great sin upon men. So also is it with the other therefore wise in God, my children, and prudent, understanding the order of his commandments and the laws of every word, that the Lord may love you. And when Naphtali had charged his children with many such words, he exhorted them that they should remove his bones to Hebron, and that they should bury him with his fathers. And when he had eaten and drunken with a merry heart, he covered his face and died. And his sons did according to all that Naphtali their father had commanded them. Giving all honor and praises to the Most High, our power, the great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. Until next time. the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Gad, the 9th son of Jacob, and Zilpah. The copy of the testament of Gad, what things he spake unto his sons in the 125th year of his life, saying unto them, Hearken, my children, I was the 9th son born to Jacob, and I was valiant in keeping the flocks. Accordingly, I guarded at night the flock, and whenever the lion came, or the wolf, or any wild beast against the fold, I pursued it, and overtaking it, I seized his foot with my hand, and hurled it about a stone's throw, and so I killed it. Now Joseph, my brother, was feeding the flock with us for upwards of 30 days. And being young, he fell sick by reason of the heat. And he returned to Hebron to our father, who made him lie down near him, because he loved him greatly. And Joseph told our father that the sons of Zilpah and Bilhah were slaying the best of the flock and eating them against the judgment of Reuben and Judah. For he saw that I had delivered a lamb out of the mouth of the bear, and put the bear to death. But I had slain the lamb, being grieved concerning it, that it could not live, and that we had eaten it. And regarding this matter, I was wroth with Joseph until the day that he was sold. And the spirit of hatred was in me, and I wished not either to hear of Joseph with the ears, or to see him with the eyes, because he rebuked us to our faces, saying that we were eating of the flock without Judah. For whatsoever things he told our father believed him. I confess now my sin, my children, that oftentimes I wished to kill him. because I hated him from my heart. Moreover, I hated him yet more for his dreams, and I wished to lick him out of the land of the living, even as an ox licks up the grass of the field. And Yahweh sold him secretly to the Ishmaelites. Thus the God of our fathers delivered him from our hands. That we should not work great lawlessness in Issachar. And now, my children, hearken to the words of truth. To work righteousness and all the law of the Most High, and go not astray through the spirit of hatred, for it is evil in all the doings of men. Whatsoever a man does, the hater abominates him. And though a man works the law of the Lord, he praises him not. And though a man reverence the Lord and takes pleasure in that which is righteous, he loves him not. He dispraises the truth. He envies him that prospers. He welcomes evil speaking. He loves arrogance. For hatred blinds his soul. And as I also then looked on Joseph, beware, therefore, my children, of hatred. For hatred works lawlessness even against the Lord himself. For it will not heed the words of his commandments concerning the loving of one's neighbor. And it sins against the supreme. For if a brother stumble, it delights immediately to proclaim it to all men, and is urgent that he should be judged for it, and be punished, and be put to death. And if it be a servant, he stirs him up against his master, and with every affliction it devises against him, if possibly he can be put to death. For hatred works with envy, also against them that prosper. For so long as it hears or sees their success, it always languishes. For as love would quicken even the dead, and would call back them that are condemned to die, so hatred would slay the living, and those that had sinned venially, it would not suffer to live. For the spirit of hatred works together with Satan through hastiness of spirit in all things unto men's death. But the spirit of love works together with the law of Yahuwah in long suffering unto the salvation of men. Hatred, therefore, is evil, for it constantly mates with lying, speaking against the truth. It makes small things to be great. Hatred causes the light to be darkness. Hatred calls the sweet bitter. Hatred teaches slander and kindles wrath. Hatred stirs up war and violence and all covetousness. Hatred fills the heart with evils and devilish poison. These things, therefore, I say to you from experience, my children, that you may drive forth hatred, which is of the devil. And cleave to the love of the Supreme. Righteousness casts out hatred. Humility destroys envy. For he that is just and humble is ashamed to do what is unjust, being reproved not of another, but being reproved of his own heart. Because the mighty one looks on his inclination, does not speak against a holy man, because the reverence of Yahuwah overcomes hatred. For fearing lest he should offend the Lord, he will not do wrong to any man, even in thought. These things I learned at last, after I had repented concerning Joseph. For true repentance after a godly sort destroys ignorance. True repentance drives away the darkness. True repentance enlightens the eyes, gives knowledge to the soul, and leads the mind to salvation. And those things which it has not learned from men, it knoweth through repentance. For the mighty one brought upon me a disease of the liver, and had not the prayers of Jacob my father assisted me, my liver would have failed, and my spirit would have departed. For by what things a man transgresses, by the same also is he punished. Since therefore my liver was set mercilessly against Joseph, in my liver also I suffered mercilessly, and I was judged for 11 months. For the same amount of time that I had been angry against Joseph. And now, my children, I exhort you, love you each one of his brother, and put away hatred from your hearts. Love one another in deed and in word, and in the inclination of the soul. For in the presence of my Father I spake peaceably to Joseph. And when I left the presence of my father, the spirit of hatred darkened my mind. And stirred up my soul to slay him. And if a man sin against you, cast forth the poison of hate, and speak peaceably to him. And in thy soul hold not guile. And if he confess and repent, forgive him. But if he deny it, do not get into a passion with him. Lest catching the poison from you, he take to swearing, and so you sin doubly. Let not another man hear thy secrets when engaged in legal strife, lest he come to hate you and become your enemy, and commit a great sin against you. For oftentimes he addresses you guilefully, or busies himself about you with wicked intent. And though he denies it, yet have a sense of shame when reproved, give over reproving him. For he who denies may repent, so as not again to wrong you. Yes, he may also honor you and reverence you and be at peace with you. But if he be shameless and persists in his wrongdoing, even so, forgive him from the heart and leave to the mighty one the avenging. If a man prospers more than you, do not be vexed, but pray also for him that he may have perfect prosperity. For so it is expedient for you. And if he be further exalted, be not envious of him, remembering that all flesh shall die, and offer praise to the Supreme, who gives things good and profitable to all men. Seek out the judgments of the Lord, and your mind will rest and be at peace. And though a man becomes rich by evil means, even as Esau, the brother of my father, be not jealous of him. But wait for the end of the Lord. For if he takes away from a man wealth gotten by evil means, he forgives him if he repents. But the unrepentant is reserved for eternal punishment. For the poor man, if free from envy, he pleases the Lord in all things. He is blessed beyond all men, because he has not the travail of vain man. Put away, therefore, jealousy from your souls, and love one another with uprightness of heart. Do you also, therefore, tell these things to your children, that they honor Yahwadah and Loyah. For from them shall the Lord raise up salvation to the Yahudims. For I know that at the last your children shall depart from the Supreme, and shall walk in all wickedness and affliction and corruption before the Lord. And when Gad had rested for a little while, he said again, my children, obey your father and bury me near to my fathers. Gad drew up his feet and fell asleep in peace. And after 5 years, they carried him up to Hebron and laid him with his fathers. Giving all praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, our power, the great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. Until next time. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of Asher, the 10th son of Jacob and Zilpah. The copy of the Testament of Asher, what things he spake to his sons in the 125th year of his life. For while he was still in health, he said to them, Hearken, you children of Asher, to your father, and I will declare to you all that is upright in the sight of the Supreme. 2 ways has Yahuwah given to the sons of men, and 2 inclinations, and 2 kinds of actions, and 2 modes of action, and 2 issues. Therefore all things are by twos. 1 over against the other. For there are two ways of good and evil, and with these are the two inclinations in our breasts, discriminating them. Therefore, if the soul take pleasure in the good inclination, all its actions are in righteousness. And if it sin, it straightway repents. For having his thoughts set upon righteousness and casting away wickedness, it straightway overthrows the evil and uproots the sin. But if it incline to the evil inclination, all its actions are in wickedness, and he drives away the good and cleaves to the evil, and is ruled by Beliar. Even though he work what is good, he perverts it to the evil. For whenever it begins to do good, he forces the issue of the action into evil for him, seeing that the treasure of the inclination is filled with an evil spirit. A person then may with words help the good for the sake of the evil, yet the issue of the action leads to mischief. There is a man who shows no compassion upon him who serves his turn in evil. And this thing has two aspects, but the whole is evil. And there is a man that loves him that works evil, because he would prefer even to die in evil for his sake. And concerning this, it is clear that it has two aspects, but the whole is an evil work. Though indeed he have love, yet he is wicked, who conceals what is evil for the sake of the good name. But the end of the action tends unto evil. Another steals, does unjustly, plunders, defrauds. In addition, he pities the poor. This too has a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. He who defrauds his neighbor provokes the supreme. and swears falsely against the Most High, yet pities the poor. The Supreme who commands the law, he sets at nothing and provokes, and yet he refreshes the poor. He defiles the soul and makes gay the body. He kills many and pities a few. This too has a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. Another one commits adultery and fornication and abstains from meats, and when he fasts, he does evil, and by the power of his wealth overwhelms many. And notwithstanding his excessive wickedness, he does the commandments. This too has a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. Such men are hares, for they are half clean, but in very deed are unclean. For the Supreme in the tables of the commandments has thus declared, but do not, my children, do not wear two faces like unto them. Faces of goodness and faces of wickedness. But cleave unto goodness only. For the Supreme has his habitation therein, and men desire it. But from wickedness flee away, destroying the evil inclination by our good works. For they that are double-faced do not serve God, but they serve their own lusts, so that they may please Beliar and please men like unto themselves. For good men, even they that are single-faced, though they be thought by them that are double-faced to sin, are just before the Supreme. For many, in killing the wicked, do two works of good and evil, but the whole is good, because he has uprooted and destroys that which is evil. One man hates the merciful and unjust man, and the man who commits adultery and fasts. This too has a twofold aspect. But the whole work is good because it follows the Supreme's example, in that he accepts not the seeming good as the genuine good. Another man desires not to see a good day with them that riot, lest he defile his body and pollute his soul. This too is double-faced, but the whole is good. For such men are like two stags and two hinds. Because in the manner of wild animals, they seem to be unclean, but they are all together clean, because they walk in zeal for the Most High, and they abstain from what God also hates and forbids by His commandments, warding off the evil from the good. You see, my children, how that there are two in all things, one against the other, and the one is hidden by the other. In wealth is hidden covetousness. In conviviality is hidden drunkenness. In laughter is hidden grief. In wedlock is hidden profligacy. Death succeeds to life. Dishonor succeeds to glory. And night succeeds to day. And darkness succeeds to light. And all things are under the day, just things under life, unjust things are under death. Wherefore also eternal life awaits death. Nor may it be said that truth is a lie, nor right is wrong. For all truth is under the light, even as all things are under the Supreme Yahuwah. All these things, therefore, I proved in my life, and I wandered not from the truth of the Supreme. And I searched out the commandments of the Most High, walking according to all my strength, with singleness of face, unto that which is good. Take heed, therefore, you also, my children. Take heed to the commandments of Yahuwah, following the truth with singleness of face. For they that are double-faced are guilty of a twofold sin. For they both do the evil thing, and they have pleasure in them that do it. They follow the example of the spirits of deceit in striving against mankind. Do you therefore, my children, keep the law of Yahuwah, and give not heed unto evil as unto good, but look unto the thing that is really good, and keep it in all commandments of the Supreme, having your conversation therein, and resting therein. For the latter end of men do show their righteousness, or their unrighteousness, when they meet the angels of the Supreme and the angel of Satan. For when the soul departs troubled, it is tormented by the evil spirit, which also it served in lusts and evil works. But if the soul be peaceful, with joy, he meets the angel of peace, and the angel of peace leads the soul into eternal life. Become not, my children, as Sodom, which knew not the angels of the Supreme, and perished forever. For I know you shall sin, and you shall be delivered into the hands of your enemies. I know your land shall be made desolate, and your holy places destroyed, and you shall be scattered unto the four corners of the earth. shall be set at nothing in the dispersion as useless water. Until the Most High shall visit the earth, coming himself as a man, eating with other men and drinking, and breaking the head of the dragon in the water. The Supreme shall save the Yahudims and all the Gentiles. Therefore, do you also, my children, tell these things to your children, that they disobey not the Supreme. For I have known that you shall assuredly be disobedient, and assuredly act ungodly, not giving heed to the law of the Supreme, but giving heed to the commandments of men, being corrupted through wickedness. And therefore you shall be scattered. You shall be scattered as Gad and Dan, my brethren, and you shall know not your own lands. You shall know not your tribe and your tongue. But the Supreme Yahuwah will gather you together in faith through his tender mercy. And for the sake of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, he has said these things unto them, Asher commended his children, saying, bury me in Hebron. And he fell asleep and died at a good old age. And his sons did as he commanded them, and they carried him up to Hebron and buried him with his fathers. All honor and praises to the Most High Yahuwah, the great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One, the power of the Yahudims. Yah Shalom, family. Until next time. The testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Joseph, the 11th son of Jacob and Rachel. The copy of the testament of Joseph when he was about to die. He called his sons and his brethren together and said to them, my brethren and my children, hearken to Joseph, the beloved of Yahudah. Give ear, my sons, unto your father. I have seen evil in my life. I have seen envy, and I have seen death. Yet I did not go astray, but I preserved in the truth of Yahuwah. These, my brethren, hated me, but the Supreme loved me. They wished to slay me, but the power of my fathers guarded me. They let me down into a pit, and the Most High brought me up again. I was sold into slavery, and the Supreme of all made me free. I was taken into captivity, and the Supreme strong hand assisted me. I was alone, and my power comforted me. I was sick, and the Supreme visited me. I was in prison, and my power showed favor unto me. In bonds, and he released me. I was slandered, and the Supreme pleaded my cause, bitterly spoken against by the Egyptians, and Yahuwah delivered me. I was envied by my fellow slaves, and my power exalted me. This chief captain of Pharaoh entrusted me to his house, and I struggled against a shameless woman, urging me to transgress with her. But the power of Yahudah, my father, delivered me from the burning flame. I was cast into prison. I was beaten. I was mocked. But the Mighty One granted me to find mercy in the sight of the keeper of the prison. For the Supreme does not forsake them that reverence him. neither in darkness. He does not forsake them that reverence him, that are in bonds. Nor in tribulations. Nor those that are in necessities. For the Most High power is not put to shame as a man, nor as the Son of Man is he afraid. Nor as one that is earthborn is he weak. Or frightened. But in all these things does he give protection. And in diverse ways he does comfort. Though for a little space he departs to try the inclination of the soul. In 10 temptations the Supreme showed me approved, and in all of them I endured. For endurance is a mighty charm, and patience gives many good things. How often did the Egyptian woman threaten me with death? How often did she give me over to punishment and then call me back and threaten me? And when I was unwilling to be in her company, she said to me, "You shall be the Lord of me, and all that is in my house." If you will give yourself unto me, and you shall be as our master. But I remember the words of my father, and going into my chamber, I wept and prayed unto the Supreme. And I fasted in those 7 years, and I appeared to the Egyptians as one living delicately. For they that fast for the Most High's sake receive beauty of face. And if my Lord were away from home, I drank no wine, nor for 3 days did I take my food, but I gave it to the poor and the sick. And I sought the Supreme early, and I wept for the Egyptian woman of Memphis, for very unceasingly did she trouble me. For also at night she came to me under pretense of visiting me. And because she had no male child, she pretended to regard me as a son. And so I prayed to the Supreme, and she bare a male child. And for a time she embraced me as a son, and I knew it not. But later she sought to draw me into fornication. And when I perceived it, I sorrowed unto death. And when she had gone out, I came to myself, and I lamented for her many days, because I recognized her guile and her deceit. And I declared unto her the words of the Most High, if haply she would turn from her evil lust. Often, therefore, did she flatter me with words as a holy man, and guilefully in her talk she praised my chastity before her husband, all the while desiring to ensnare me when we were alone. For she loaded me openly at chaste, and in secret she said unto me, fear not my husband, for he is persuaded concerning your chastity. For even should one tell him concerning you and I, he would not believe it. Owing to all these things, I lay upon the ground, and I besought the Supreme that he would deliver me from her deceit. And when she prevailed nothing thereby, she came again. She came again to me under the plea of instruction, that she might learn the word of the Most High. And she said unto me, If you will that I should leave my idols, lie with me, and I will persuade my husband to depart from his idols, and we will walk in the law of the Supreme. And I said unto her, The Mighty One does not will that those that reverence him should be in uncleanness, nor does he take pleasure in them that commit adultery. But he takes pleasure in those that approach him with a pure heart and undefiled lips. But she held her peace, longing to accomplish her evil desire. And I gave myself yet more to fasting and prayer, that the Supreme might deliver me from her. And again, at another time, she said unto me, If you will not commit adultery with me, I will kill my husband by poison, and I will take you to be my husband. I therefore, when I heard this, rent my garments and said unto her, Woman, reverence the Most High, and do not do this evil deed, lest you be destroyed. For know indeed that I will declare this thy device unto all men. She therefore, being afraid, besought that I would not declare this device. And she departed from me, soothing me with gifts and sending to me every delight of the sons of men. And afterwards, she sent me food mingled with enchantments. And when the eunuch who brought the food to me came, I looked up and beheld a terrible man giving me the dish of a sword. And I perceived that her scheme was to beguile me. And when he had gone out, I wept, nor did I taste any of her food. So then after one day she came to me and observed the food, and said unto me, Why is it that you have not eaten the food? And I said unto her, It is because you have filled it with deadly enchantments. And what do you say? I come not near idols, but the Lord alone. Now therefore, know that the supreme, the power of my Father, has revealed unto me by his angel your wickedness. And I have kept it to convict you. If haply you may see it and repent. But that you may learn that the wickedness of the ungodly has no power over them that worship the Supreme with chastity. Behold, I will take of the food, and I will eat it before you. And having said so, I prayed thus: The power of my fathers and the angel of Abraham be with me. And I ate. And when she saw this, she fell upon her face at my feet weeping. And I raised her up and admonished her. And she promised to do this iniquity no more. But her heart was still set upon evil, and she looked around how to ensnare me. And sighing deeply, she became downcast, though she was not sick. And when her husband saw her, he said unto her, Why is your countenance fallen? And she said unto him, I have a pain in my heart, and the groanings of my spirit oppress me. And so he comforted her who was not sick. Then accordingly, seizing an opportunity, she rushed unto me while her husband was not there. And she said unto me, I will hang myself, or I will cast myself over a cliff if you will not lie with me. When I saw the spirit of Beliar was troubling her, I prayed unto the Mighty One and said unto her, wretched woman, why are you troubled and disturbed? Why are you blinded through sins? Remember, if you kill yourself, Astiho, the concubine of your husband, your rival, will beat your children, and you will destroy your memorial from off the earth. And she said unto me, Lo, then you love me. Let this suffice me. Only strive for my life and my children, and I expect that I shall enjoy my desire also. But she knew not that because of my power I spake thus, and not because of her. For if a man has fallen before the passion of a wicked desire and become enslaved by it, even as she, whatever good thing he may hear with regard to that passion, he receives it with a view of his wicked desire. I declare therefore unto you, my children, that it was about the 6th hour when she departed from me, and I knelt before the Supreme all the day and all the night, and about dawn I rose up weeping the entire time and praying for a release from her. At last, then, she laid hold of my garments, forcibly dragging me to have connection with her. I left it behind and fled away naked. And holding fast to the garment, she falsely accused me. And when her husband came, he cast me into prison in his house. And on the next day he scourged me and sent me into Pharaoh's prison. And when I was in bonds, the Egyptian woman was oppressed with grief, and she came and heard how I gave thanks unto the Supreme and sang praises in the abode of darkness. And with glad voice I rejoiced, glorifying my power that I was delivered from the lustful desire of the Egyptian woman. And often she sent unto me, saying, Consent, Joseph, to fulfill my desire, and I will release you from thy bonds, and I will free you from the darkness. And not even in thought did I incline unto her. For the Supreme loves him who in a den of darkness combines fasting with chastity, rather than the man who in king's chambers combines luxury with license. And if a man lives in chastity and desires also glory, and the Most High knows that it is expedient for him, he bestows this also upon him, even as upon me. How often, though she were sick, did she come down to me at unlooked for hours and listen to my voice as I prayed. And when I heard her groanings, I held my peace. For when I was in her house, she wanted to bear her arms and her breasts and her legs, that I might lie with her. For she was very beautiful, splendidly adorned in order to beguile me. And the Lord guarded me from her devices. You see? Therefore, my children, how great things patience works. How great things prayer with fasting works. So you also, if you follow after chastity, follow after purity with patience, and prayer with fasting, in humility of heart, the Supreme will dwell among you. Because he loves chastity. And wheresoever the Most High dwells, even though envy or slavery, even though slander befalls a man, the Supreme who dwells in him, for the sake of his chastity, not only delivers him from evil, but also exalts him, even as me. For in every way the man is lifted up, whether in deed or in word, or in thought. My brothers know how my Father loved me, and yet I did not exalt myself in my mind. Although I was a child, I had the reverence of the Supreme in my heart, for I knew that all things would pass away. And I did not raise myself against them with evil intent, but I honored my brethren, and out of respect for them, even when I was being sold, I refrained from telling the Ishmaelites that I was the son of Jacob, a great and mighty man. Do you also, therefore, my children, have the reverence of the Supreme in all your works before your eyes, and honor your brethren? For everyone who does the law of the Supreme shall be loved by him. When I came to the Endocolpite with the Ishmaelites, they asked me, saying, "Are you a slave?" And I said that I was a homeborn slave, that I might not put my brethren to shame. The eldest of them said to me, "You are not a slave, for even your appearance does make it manifest." But I said that I was their slave. Now when we came into Egypt, they strove concerning me, which of them should buy me and take me. Therefore it seemed good to all that I should remain in Egypt with the merchant of their trade, until they should return, bringing merchandise. And the Supreme gave me favor in the eyes of the merchant, and the merchant entrusted unto me his house. And the Supreme blessed them by my means, and increased them in gold and silver, and in household servants. And I was with him 3 months and 5 days. And about that time the Memphian woman, the wife of Pentaphree, came down in a chariot with great pomp, because she had heard from her eunuchs concerning me. she told her husband that the merchant had become rich by means of a young Hebrew. And they say that he had assuredly been stolen out of the land of Canaan. Now therefore render justice unto him, and take away the youth to thy house. So shall the power of the Hebrews bless you, for grace from heaven is upon him. And Pentephris was persuaded by her words, and commanded the merchant to be brought, and said unto him, What is this that I hear concerning you, that you steal people out of the land of Canaan, and sell them for slaves? But the merchant fell at his feet and besought him, saying, I beseech you, my lord, I know not what you say. And Pentephris said unto him, Where then is the Hebrew slave? And he said, The Ishmaelites entrusted him to me until they should return. But he believed them not, but commanded him to be stripped and beaten. And when he persisted in this statement, Pentephris said, Let the youth be brought. And when I was brought in, I did obeisance to Pentephris, for he was third in rank of the officers of Pharaoh. And he took me apart from him and said unto me, Are you a slave or are you free? I said, I was a slave. And he said, Whose slave are you? And I said, I belong to the Ishmaelites. And he said, How did you become their slave? And I said, They bought me out of the land of Canaan. And he said unto me, Oh, truly you're lying. And immediately he commanded me to be stripped and beaten. Now, the Memphian woman was looking through a window at me while I was being beaten, for her house was near. And she sent unto him, saying, Your judgment is unjust, for you do punish a free man who has been stolen, as though he were a transgressor. And when I made no change in my statement, though I was beaten, he ordered me to be imprisoned until, he said, the owners of the boy should come. And the woman said unto her husband, Why do you detain the captive and well-born lad in bonds, who ought rather to be set at liberty and be waited upon. For she wished to see me out of a desire of sin, but I was ignorant concerning all these things. And he said to her, "It is not the custom of the Egyptians to take away that which belongs to others before proof is given." This therefore he said concerning the merchant. But as for the lad, he must be imprisoned. Now, after 24 days came the Ishmaelites, for they had heard that Jacob my father was mourning much concerning me. And they came and said unto me, "How is it that you said that you were a slave? And lo, we have learned that you are the son of almighty men in the land of Canaan. And your father still mourns for you in sackcloth and ashes." When I heard this, my bowels were dissolved and my heart melted, and I desired greatly to weep, but I restrained myself that I should not put my brethren to shame. And I said unto them, "I know not that I'm a slave." Then, therefore, they took counsel to sell me, that I should not be found in their hands. For they feared my father, lest he should come and execute upon them a grievous vengeance. For they had heard that he was mighty with the Most High power and with men. Then said the merchant unto them, "Release me from the judgment of Pentafree." And they came and requested me, saying, "Say that you was bought by us with money, and he will set you free." Now the Memphian woman said to her husband, "Buy the youth, for I hear," said she, "that they are selling him." And she sent a eunuch to the Ishmaelites and asked them to sell me. The chief captain therefore called the Ishmaelites and asked them to sell me. And since he did not agree to their price, he departed. But the eunuch, when he had made trial of them, made known to his mistress that they asked a large price for their slave. And she sent another eunuch, saying, "Even though they demand too many, give them. Do not spare the gold, only buy the boy and bring him to me." The eunuch therefore went and gave them 80 pieces of gold, and he received me. But to the Egyptian woman he said, "I have given 100. And though I knew this, I held my peace, lest the eunuch should be put to shame. You see, therefore, my children, what great things I endured, that I should not put my brethren to shame. Do you also, therefore, love one another. And with long suffering, hide one another's faults. For the Supreme delights in the unity of brethren and in the purpose of a heart that takes pleasure in love. And when my brethren came into Egypt, they learned that I had returned their money unto them, and upbraided them not, and comforted them. And after the death of Jacob my father, I loved him more abundantly, and all things whatsoever Jacob my father commended, I did very abundantly for my brethren. And I did not allow them to be afflicted, even in the smallest matter. And all that was in my hand I gave unto them. And their children were my children, and my children were as their servants. And their life was my life. And all their suffering was my suffering. And all their sickness was my infirmity. My land was their land, and their counsel my counsel. And I exalted not myself among them in arrogance because of my worldly glory, but I was among them as one of the least. If you also, therefore, walk in the commandments of the Supreme, my children, He will exalt you there and will bless you with good things forever and ever. And if anyone seeks to do evil unto you, do well unto him and pray for him, and you shall be redeemed of the Supreme from all evil. For behold, you see that out of my humility and my long suffering, I took unto wife the daughter of the priests of Heliopolis, and 100 talents of gold were given me with her. And the Supreme made them to serve me. And the Supreme gave me also beauty as a flower beyond the beautiful ones of the Yahudims. The Supreme preserved me unto old age in strength and in beauty, because I was like in all things to Jacob. Hear ye therefore the vision which I saw. I saw 12 hearts feeding, and 9 of them were dispersed. Now the other 3 were preserved, but on the following day they were also dispersed. And I saw that the 3 hearts became 3 lambs, and they cried to the Supreme, and he brought them forth into a flourishing and well-watered place. Yes, he brought them out of darkness into light. And there they cried unto the Supreme, until there gathered together to them the 9 hearts, and they became as 12 sheep. And after a little time they increased and became many flocks. And after these things I saw and beheld 12 bulls were sucking 1 cow, which produced a sea of milk. And there drank thereof the 12 flocks and innumerable herds. And the horns of the 4th bull went up unto heaven, and became as a wall for the flocks. And in the midst of the 2 horns there grew another horn, and I saw a bull calf which surrounded them 12 times. And it became a help to the entire bulls. And I saw in the midst of the horns a virgin wearing a many-colored garment, and from her went forth a lamb, and on his right was as it were a lion, and all the beasts and all the reptiles rushed against him, and the Lamb overcame them and destroyed them. rejoiced, and because of him the angels and men rejoiced, and all the land. And these things shall come to pass in their season in the last days. Do you therefore, my children, observe the commandments of the Supreme, and honor Loya, and honor Yahwadah, for from them shall arise unto you the Lamb of the Most High, who takes away the sin of the world, and who saves all the Gentiles and all the Yahudims. For his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, which shall not pass away. But my kingdom among you shall come to an end as a watcher's hammock, which after the summer disappears. For I know that after my death, the Egyptians will afflict you, but the Supreme will avenge you, and will bring you into that which he promised to your fathers. But you shall carry up my bones with you. For when my bones are being taken up there, the Supreme shall be with you in light, and Belial shall be in darkness with the Egyptians. And also carry Zilpah your mother, and near to Bila by the hippodrome lay Zilpah near Rachel. Joseph had said these things, he stretched out his feet and died at a good old age. And all Yehudah mourned for him. And all Egypt mourned Joseph with a great mourning. They took with them the bones of Joseph, and they buried him in Hebron with his fathers. And the years of his life were 110 years. Praises to the Most High, our power. The great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One. The power of the Yahudims. Giving all honor and praises to the Supreme One above greatness, the one who was, the one who is, and the one who is to come. Yah Shalom, family. Until next time. testaments of the 12 patriarchs. The testament of Benjamin, the 12th son of Jacob and Rachel. The copy of the words of Benjamin, which he commanded his sons to observe after he had lived 125 years. And he kissed them and said, as Isaac was born to Abraham in his old age, so also was I to Jacob. And since Rachel, my mother, died in giving me birth, I had no milk. Therefore I was suckled by Bilhah, her handmaid. For Rachel remained barren for 12 years after she had borne Joseph. And she prayed unto the Most High with fasting for 12 days. And she conceived and bare me. For my father loved Rachel dearly, and prayed that he might see 2 sons born from her. Therefore I was called Benjamin, that is, a son of days. And when I went into Egypt to Joseph, and my brother recognized me, he said unto me, what did they tell my father when they sold me? And I said unto him, they dabbled your coat with blood and sent it, and said, know whether this be thy son's coat. And he said unto me, even so, brother. For when the Ishmaelites took me, one of them stripped off my coat and gave me a loin cloth and scourged me and bade me to run. And as for one of them that had beaten me with a rod, a lion met him and slew him. And so his associates were afraid and sold me to their companions. also, therefore, my children, love the Supreme, the power of heaven and earth, and keep his commandments, following the example of the good and holy man, Joseph. And let your mind be unto good, even as you know me. For he that has his mind right seeth all things rightly. Reverence the Supreme and love your neighbor. And even though the spirits of Belial claim you to afflict you with every evil, yet shall they not have dominion over you, even as they had not dominion over Joseph, my brother. How many men wished to slay him, and the Supreme shielded him. For he that reverenced the Supreme and loves his neighbor cannot be smitten by the spirit of Belial, being shielded by the reverence of the Mighty One. Nor can he be ruled over by the device of men or beasts, for he is helped by the Supreme through the love which he has towards his neighbor. For Joseph also besought our father that he would pray for his brethren, that the Supreme would not impute to them as sin whatever evil they had done unto him. And thus Jacob cried out, "My good child, you have prevailed over the bowels of thy father Jacob. And he embraced him and kissed him for 2 hours, saying to him, "In you, Joseph, shall be fulfilled the prophecy of heaven concerning the Lamb of God and Savior of the world, that a blameless one shall be delivered up for lawless men. It is sinless, shall die for ungodly men. In the blood of the covenant, for the salvation of the Gentiles and the salvation of the Yahudims. And shall destroy Belial and his servants. therefore, my children, do you see the end of a good man? Be followers of his compassion. Therefore, with a good mind, that you also may wear crowns of glory. For the good man has not a dark eye, for he shows mercy to all men, even though they be sinners. And though they devise with evil intent concerning him, by doing good, the good man overcomes the evil, being shielded by the Supreme. He loves the righteous as his own soul. If anyone is enriched, he is not jealous. If anyone is valiant, he praises him. The virtuous man he loads. On the poor man, he has mercy. On the weak, he has compassion. And unto the Supreme, he sings praises. As for him who has the reverence of the Supreme, he protects him as with a shield. Him that loves the Supreme, he helps. Him that rejects the Most High, he admonishes and turns back. Him that has the grace of a good spirit, he loves as his own soul. If therefore you also have a good mind, then will both wicked men be at peace with you, and the profligate will reverence you and turn unto good. And the covetous will not only cease from their inordinate desire, but even give the objects of their covetousness to them that are afflicted. If you do well, even the unclean spirits will flee from you, and the beasts will dread you. For For where there is reverence for good works and light in the mind, even darkness flees away from him. For if any man does violence to a holy man, he repents. For the holy man is merciful to his reviler and holds his peace. Any man and if anyone betrays a righteous man, the righteous man prays, though for a little he be humbled, yet not long after he appears far more glorious, as was Joseph my brother. The inclination of the good man is not in the power of the deceit of the spirit of Beliar. For the angel of peace guides his soul. He does not gaze passionately upon corruptible things, nor does he gather riches through a desire of pleasure. He does not delight in pleasure. He does not grieve his neighbor. He satieth not himself with luxuries. He errs not in the uplifting of the eyes. For the supreme is his portion. The good inclination receives not glory nor dishonor from men. He does not know any guile or lie or fighting or reviling. For the Supreme dwells in him and lights up his soul, and he rejoices towards all men always. The good mind does not have two tongues, of blessing and of cursing, of contumely and of honor, of sorrow and of joy. Of quietness and of confusion. Of hypocrisy and of truth. poverty and of wealth. But the good mind has one disposition, uncorrupt and pure, concerning all men. The good mind has no double sight, nor double hearing. For in everything which he does, in everything which he speaks, in everything which he sees, and in everything which he knows, he knows that the Supreme looks on his soul. And he cleanses his mind, that he be not condemned by men, as well as by the Supreme. And in like manner, the works of Beliar are twofold, and there is no singleness in them. Therefore, my children, I tell you, flee the malice of Beliar. For it gives a sword to them that obeys it, and the sword is the mother of 7 evils. First, the mind conceives through Beliar, and sometimes it brings forth as the first evil bloodshed. Secondly, ruin. Third evil, tribulation. And the fourth evil, captivity. The fifth evil is death. And the sixth evil is panic. And the seventh evil is destruction. Therefore was Cain also delivered over to 7 vengeances by the Supreme. For in every 100 years, the Mighty One brought one plague upon Cain. And when Cain was 200 years old, he began to suffer. And in his 900th year, he was destroyed at the flood. account of Abel, his righteous brother, with the 7 evils. Therefore was Cain judged, but Lamech was judged with 70 times 7 evils. Because forever those who are like unto Cain, in envy and hatred of brethren, shall be punished with the same judgment. And do you, my children, flee evil doing, flee envy, flee hatred of the brethren, and cleave to goodness, and cleave to love. For he that has a pure mind in love does not look after a woman with a view to fornication. For he has no defilement in his heart, because the Spirit of the Supreme rests upon him. For as the sun is not defiled by shining on dung and mire, but rather the sun dries up both and drives away the evil smell, so also the pure mind. Though the pure mind be encompassed by the defilements of earth, the pure mind cleanses them and is not itself defiled. I believe that there will be also evil doings among you. From the words of Enoch the righteous, that you shall commit fornication with the fornication of Sodom, and you shall perish, all of you, except a few. And you shall renew wanton deeds with women, and the kingdom of the Supreme shall not be among you. For straightway the Supreme shall take it away. temple of the Supreme shall be in your portion. And the last temple shall be more glorious than the first. And the 12 tribes shall be gathered together there. All the Gentiles until the Most High shall send forth his salvation in the visitation of an only begotten prophet. He shall enter into the first temple, and there shall the Supreme be treated with outrage. And he shall be lifted up upon a tree, the veil of the temple shall be rent, and the Spirit of the Supreme shall pass on to the Gentiles as fire poured forth. And he shall ascend from Hades, and shall pass from earth into heaven. And I know how lowly he shall be upon earth, and how glorious he shall be in heaven. Now when Joseph was in Egypt, I longed to see his figure and the form of his countenance. And through the prayers of Jacob my father, I saw him while awake in the daytime, even his entire figure exactly as he was. When he had said these things, he said unto them, Know you therefore, my children, that I am dying. Do you therefore truth and righteousness, each one to his neighbor. To judgment unto confirmation, and keep the law of the Supreme, and keep his commandments. For these things do I leave you instead of inheritance. You also, therefore, give them to your children for an everlasting possession. For so did both Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. For all these things they gave us for an inheritance, saying to us, keep the commandments of the Supreme until the Supreme shall reveal his salvation to all Gentiles. And then shall you see Enoch. You shall see Noah and Shem and Abraham and Isaac and Jacob rising on the right hand in gladness. Shall we also rise, each one over our tribe, worshiping the King of heaven, who appeared upon earth in the form of a man in humility. And as many as believe on him on the earth shall rejoice with him. Then shall we all be changed, all men shall rise, some unto glory and some unto shame. And the Supreme shall judge the Yahudims first for their unrighteousness. For when he appeared as God in the flesh to deliver them, they did not believe him. And then shall he judge all the Gentiles. And as many as believed him not, when he appeared upon earth, and the Supreme shall convict the Yahudims through the chosen ones of the Gentiles, even as he reproved Esau through the Midianites, who deceived their brethren, so that they fell into fornication and idolatry, and they were alienated from the Supreme, becoming therefore children in the portion of them that reverence the Supreme. you, therefore, my children, if you walk in holiness, according to the commandments of the Supreme, you shall again dwell securely with me, and all Yahudah shall be gathered unto the Supreme. And I shall no longer be called a ravening wolf on account of your ravages, but I shall be called a worker of the Supreme, distributing food to them that work what is good. And there shall arise in the latter days one beloved of the Supreme, of the tribe of Yahwadah, and of the tribe of Loya, a doer of his good pleasure in his mouth, one who is beloved of the Supreme, hearing upon the earth his voice, and a doer of the good pleasure of his will, enlightening with new knowledge all the Gentiles, even the light of knowledge. Bursting in upon the Yahudim for salvation, and tearing away from them like a wolf, and giving to the synagogue of the Gentiles. Until the consummation of the age shall he be in the synagogues of the Gentiles, and among their rulers shall he be as a strain of music in the mouth of all. And he shall be inscribed in the holy books, both his work and his word. And he shall be a chosen one of the Supreme forever. And through them he shall go to and fro as Jacob my father, saying, he shall fill up that which lacks of thy tribe. Finish his words, he said, I command you, my children, carry up my bones out of Egypt and bury me at Hebron near my fathers. So Benjamin died 125 years old at a good old age, and they placed him in a coffin. And in the 91st year from the entrance of the children of the Yahudims into Egypt, they and their brethren brought up the bones of their fathers secretly during the Canaanitish war. And they buried them in Hebron. By the feet of their fathers. They returned from the land of Canaan and dwelt in Egypt until the day of their departure from the land of Egypt. I give all reverence to the Supreme One above greatness, which illuminates the heart of His people. And with humbleness I pray that this series of the testaments of the Patriarchs resonated with every fiber of your spirit. As we conclude this series, beloved, meditate upon the words of your fathers. Remember them. Let their words be in you. And do them. Be hopeful, beloved. The great Holy One has not forgotten you. And the fathers and the mothers have not forgotten their children. I give thanks to the Supreme and all the Patriarchs and all their spirits that were with me during this time over the past few weeks, enabling me to tap into their essence and expound their words. And I pray that I did it justice. the peace of Yahuwah rest upon you, family. Giving all honor and praises to the Most High, our power. The great I am, loving kindness, the Holy Great One. The power of the Yahudims. Family, remember who you are. You are the chosen. You are the sacred. You are the few, hidden among the many. You are the celestial 12 tribes. You are created to be different. You are created with a higher spiritual capacity. You are chosen from above all that the Supreme has seen. You are the children of the kingdom, and you manifest the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Until next time, Yah Shalom.